Hello, welcome to the Zombie Heart stream. We're going to be talking about Ashes of Creation. We're going to review how earlier we talked about the status effects and gave them an impact score. And then we're going to be going over setting new impact values for skills. I'm not sure how many skills we'll get through, but that's it. That's the plan. I also want to look at, I had an idea for how do I reference this cell here on the spreadsheet? How do I would love it if this cell, if I could just type, if I could just type like fireball. And then I think I have to say like sheet status or something like that. That just be a little bit easier than having to copy paste. But I can copy paste too. I'll just have to go back and forth between the sheets. So so for the skills, we're gonna go find the classes. Oh, should I just go ahead and do those skills? I mean, I did title. I mean, yeah. Yeah. These are just your basic attacks. Your basic attack should have some kind of rating on it, right? Okay, yeah, sure, but basic attacks also have that weapon combo thing where after 4 weapon combos, or if you upgrade your character later on, it's after 6 weapon combos, you do like a cool thing. You do like some special stuff with your weapon combos. So I think the idea is to use your entire weapon combo, you know, up to 6, which means up to 6 in a row basic attacks, and then you use your abilities and stuff. Like, you don't start using your basic attacks and you do like one basic attack and then you use an ability, and then you use one basic attack and then an ability. Oh, well, I don't know. I haven't tested it yet. That should be tested. I think in the spreadsheet I should mention something about the weapon combo, right? The status effect be the weapon combo. Description. Oh, wow. So this is just a auto firing. I had an issue with this DMCA techno track, so I got it out of my library. I'm not going to use this anymore because even though it says DMCA free, Twitch thinks that it was actually had some stuff in there that I shouldn't be listening to while streaming. So I'm gonna try another one. Look, this has so many saves on it. I think this one's well recommended. Throw a ball of fire towards your target, dealing fire damage, applying burn. Hold on a second. Do the burning ticks do 75%? I do want to link to it. Yeah, I want to put these links right here. And I want to put Greatsword basic attack. Well, let me do. Nope, it's invisible. So I need to leave this somewhere and then copy it again. And now I should be able to paste it. There we go. Origin, I guess, is just Greatsword, right? Origin. Skip the origin. I don't know. How much do you think a basic attack's worth? Not much. Definitely not much. 0.05. Skill impact value of the skill introduces status effect. Yeah, I think that's fine. These basic attacks. Let's do another one. Actually, let's pop out the spreadsheet. You got longbow, short bow, staff, and wand. That link. I don't think I have to explain any of that right here, do I? I just need to give it a 0.05. All of these are going to be... The basic attacks are just all going to be 0.05. That's all. That's all that was to it. No, wait. Get this top link first. And then Short bow basic attack. Can't see it. I can't see it. Whoops. It's tiny. All right, I want everything aligned left. I want everything centered. I want everything text wrapped. Copy, paste, and then copy the staff basic attack. Paste it here, and then copy it again, and then paste it into here. There we go. Range is 30 meters. What's the range for that bow? The wand. Copy the URL. Title.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually
Passive skills. Should I just skip this one?
Plus, Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
This is ludicrous.
but that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm.
Let me read this. What is passive? Passive skill trees are used to augment weapons. Okay, I have a whole nother
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how
slide for augments.
like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your
I hope
cashback
this is
match
the same kind of augment.
special.
Is there like multiple
Let's
kinds of...
play.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping,
Passive
double
skills can be
pictures,
leveled
double
up by
headbands, double
allocating skill
weddings.
points on
You know,
the skills
basically double or
UI.
nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
You know, I think I'm just worried about the active skills. This would be cool to do later. Yeah, but I'm not doing all those right now. So I'm gonna actually change the title of this slide. It's not just gonna be skills, it's gonna be like active skills. Can I just call it that? Like, is that the correct verbiage? The aspiration for combat is for abilities to have corresponding counterplay. Crowd control abilities. Crowd control effects do not apply to non-combatant players. Okay. Cool. So if I put a slow, it isn't gonna make sure my teammate can't just walk right through that. My teammate doesn't get slowed. Melee archetypes will offer various mobility and CC counters against ranged types. Summoner's summons will be able to use crowd control. All archetypes will have their own versions of CC. Break. Is this under crowd control or combat abilities? Combat abilities. So, alright, I don't need to classify that. We'll start back here in a minute. Let me just I want to review the statuses real quick. So we got burning status, and I think it's worth a 0.15. Staggered. When in a staggered state, the target's physical abilities are either muted or inaccessible. I think that's a 0.25. Arcane Might is gain 30% increased magical power, and I think it like places something on the floor. I really wonder, like, can your allies stand on that too? Because that would certainly increase how important it is. You can like pass along uptimes to just keep that buff going on for your whole magic squad in a group. Although when I made these status numbers, I did try to imagine solo play. I want to try and my purpose in this, the first thing I'm trying to achieve, I think, with this overall is to get a supposed ability rotation that should be like a good ability rotations, or should help me figure out what abilities are some of the best abilities, and then just make sure I have those abilities in my rotations. So this is just based on solo. Like the rating system here that I'm using could be a different number if it was for group content, if this was seen as group content, but because I'm looking at it as solo content, as a solo just parse, you know, or solo heal or tank or whatever, these are my numbers. Next one is bleeding, which deals damage over time, and I give it a 0.15. See, I feel like every class just kind of has their own version of one of these 0.15 spells. Where mages have chilled, mages are going to have burning. You know, there will be a couple for the mages, but it seems like most classes just have one of these status effects. I should make this one look a little bit special. How do I do that? Is it view? Yeah, freeze that top row. And I think I'll give it a background too. Oh. Alright, next one, chilled. Slows affected targets, enemies with 5 or more stacks of chills gain the frozen status effect. 0.15. Conflagrate. I don't actually know how to say that. How do you say that?
Conflagrated.
What?
Conflagrated.
Grated.
Conflagrated.
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 Conflagrated. Conflagrated.
Conflagrated.
Conflagrated. Hitting a conflagrated enemy with lightning causes fusion, dealing significant damage and removing conflagrated effect. 0.15. Frozen freezes enemies. Freezes enemies cannot move. Shattered by electric for burst damage. 0.25. They're frozen. That's a hard CC. Humiliated. Enemies dealt reduced. Damage dealt reduced by 0.15 towards targets other than the applier of this effect. Which doesn't matter at all because I'm just doing solo ratings. Yeah, in a group setting, I don't know, but that's probably pretty good. That's the tank's ability, actually. Incapacitated. Cannot move or attack. This effect breaks on damage taken. That's a 0.2. Cannot move or attack. Breaks on damage taken. Maybe that serves better than a 0.2.
Some people just know safe drivers save more with
I'm gonna just leave me a question mark right there.
That's the mating call of a blue-footed booby. And not a green-footed booby. Yeah, some people know
Sleeping.
that.
Cannot
If you're a
move
safe
or
driver,
act.
you can
This
save up to
effect
40%
breaks on damage taken.
Ain't that something?
Based on the national average premium savings for all state customers with a clean driving record.
Yeah, so this is the same ability, but it's just got 2 different names for it. And it's like the same skills inflict this ability. I mean, this status effect.
Are made to be substantially larger than many regular crackers.
So I'm sure they'll get rid of one of them. I like the word sleeping, to be honest, but there's a lot of S words, I believe. I was looking at there's a lot of S's. And I just don't want to have to remember that many status effects that all start with the letter S. As picky as that is. And I do like the word sleeping for this one. Maybe we could change the other S's and keep that S and get rid of incapacitated. It's at least easier to say than conflagrated. Marked. Ranger abilities. Strong effects that are given by the ability which applies the marks will be replaced by newly applied marks. I give it a 0.35 because there's like a couple different ranger abilities that you can use to change up your mark, and they all seem they are strong. It's described as a strong effect, and the actual skill that they're associated with that apply these marks, I think is also they are strong effects. So 3.5. Riled targets have increased stability and a increased chance of tripping shaken enemies. A 5% chance regularly to trip is increased to 10% if they hit you while they are shaken. That's 0.15. So yeah, I think this is one of those abilities that I need more information about. What I write here, probably can't trip a boss, so useless in PvE. I mean, not useless, but I'm just looking at this for solo. Right. This is just for solo. So why would you need to trip a target dummy anyways. Does it? That's just like a crowd control thing. That doesn't increase or decrease your DPS or your heals, your hots, or your stuff. Rooted might be even less than. Rooted might be too good for. I mean, it. You probably don't care too much about that. Do you? 0.1. Let's leave it at 0.15. No. That seems wrong. Cause look at it. How does that affect your damage or your heals or your tanking capability? No. Don't think of it like that. Maybe think of it more like, how does that really affect the archetype that uses it? It's a fighter archetype that uses it. Let's look at the fighter archetype for a second. Come on. Oh, this is cool. I didn't know the internet had this kind of map where you can look at the skills and abilities. Oh, the abilities are in here too. This isn't just like passives. This is also like actives. Yeah, that is a skill. That is a skill that you press a button and it does a thing. Yep. Riled. Battle cry does the rile. Battle cry sounds like an ultimate. That sounds good. Rile targets have increased stability and chance of tripping shaken enemies. Cataclysm allows you to deal heavy damage and apply shaken to all enemies in the area in front. Shaken have a 5% chance to trip when hit, and the effect is removed when triggered. This chance doubles when hit by riled targets. Doubles when hit. This chance doubles when hit by riled. Yeah, so if the user of the skill receives damage from a opponent and that opponent has already been something's just not quite making sense about that. I don't know how to put my finger on it. But what does riled really do? Just gonna leave this with a question mark. Probably a couple questions. Oh. Here. I think I'll get the message. So I should take a look at Riled later, maybe change that. But for now, I think I'll leave it 1-5. Rooted. Enemy can't move for 3 seconds. That's all it does. 0.2. Ruptured. Wounds are stacking debuffs that decrease healing received and increase damage taken from physical sources. At 100 stack, reduces healing received by 50% and decreases physical damage mitigation by 15. That's like these are being applied to the target, I believe. That's how I read it. That's how I remember reading it. So at 100 stacks, it reduces the healing received. Yeah, that's not something you'd want to do to yourself. That's something you do to your enemy. So that'd be great for like a DPS thing, for like a long, if you just stand there and hit each other. Wounded. Wounds are stacking debuffs. Okay. That decrease healing received. Oh, this is the same thing as... Yeah, so they have Ruptured and Wounded, and they're the same abilities. I think they should call it Wounded, because they use the word wound right here. So why do they need to call it Ruptured? They use the word wound to describe the ability. So call it Wounded. It's like, that makes sense. Shaken. Shaken is a debuff on enemies that whenever they take damage, they have a small chance to become tripped. 5% chance regularly to trip is increased to 10% if they hit you while they are shaken. So once they are shaken, they can become tripped. What's this saying about Riled? Once they're shaken, they can become tripped. This applies shaken. I think Riled targets is like something you can cast on yourself or an ally. I think this is a buff that you can cast. I think it works like a buff. So, and it's like, I think only fighters that use Riled. So this fighter ability just helps you be a better fighter against other fighter class. That's interesting. That might be pretty good. This ability specifically might be pretty good.
This is the sound of ultimate glory, legendary rivalries, comebacks, iconic pageantry and traditions.
Rooted, where was I? Yeah, I did Shaken, now I'm on Shattered. If a frozen enemy is applied electric damage, they shatter.
With all new features like Campus IQ, bring glory home in EA Sports College Football 25.
Does good burst AoE damage. And this is just like the electric things for... No, maybe not. This is like a dual elemental effect. Maybe this isn't a 1-5. Maybe this is a 2.
And not a green-footed booby. Yeah, some people know that. And they know if you're a safe driver, you can save up to 40% with Allstate. Ain't that something?
Based on the national average premium savings for Allstate customers with a clean driving record versus those without. Savings vary by state and based on how you buy. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover cashback match.
Shell.
See terms at
A
discover.com/.
protective magical shell surrounds you, absorbing magical power. This is a mage skill. And that's the whole skill, but it's considered a status effect. Like you cast the ability and all it does is just this. Also, you can get 50% uptime with this thing. Or like 49% uptime. So that seems really good. This is the best rated one on here. That's the best rating I have for status effects. That's because the entire ability is the status effect. Other status effects on here are like you cast an ability and it does the ability thing. But then, the word skill. You cast a skill and it does the skill in addition to the status effect that's associated with it. But this status effect is the skill. And I think it's a good one. So, I mean, I could even increase that to like a 6. That's pretty good. I won't be upset with increasing it to a 7 either. I'm not sure exactly where to put this. No, not an 8. That's too much. Oh, caps. Shocked. Incoming direct attacks proc an additional 20% lightning damage and consume the stack. This is like you hit them with electric damage and then they have this stack of lightning stuff on them. And then if you hit them with lightning after that, then it procs the status effect, which does the additional damage. But the first electric hit, that it just marks them. So I think this is just the standard one for electricity. Did I say that before? I hope not. We don't have another standard electricity one up here that I missed, did we? Riled, a 1/5. Hitting an enemy with lightning causes fusion and removing conflagrated effect. No, I think that's fine, but I think this conflagrated should be 0.2. Shocked. Shell shocked. Oh, this is the same. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Let's shut that. It's not the same. So the shocked is 0.15. Now we have snared. Reduces their movement speed by 40 to 50%, maybe. For 3 seconds. I think that's a good slow. I think that seems strong. I don't think the chilled status effect is going to slow the target that much, so it needs to be stronger than 0.15. But I think the chilled status effect probably will last more than 3 seconds. But that's a big slow. That could really mess you up. It's definitely not a hard CC. Where's that at a rooted enemy can't even move, and I gave that a 2. We're gonna put that at 2-5, I guess. Is that right? Is that a 3? We're gonna put that at 2-5. And this movement speed thing might not be a 2-5. That might be a 2 even. Stunned. The targets cannot take any action for the duration of the 3-second status effect. They can't take any action. Diminishing returns will avoid stun locking. Can stun mounts. They can't do nothing for 3 seconds. And I only gave that a 0.3. Yeah, but this is... I'm looking at it with solo. But I'm also looking at it with like... DPS. Or like... This is definitely should be more than that rooted was. It should be more than rooted. Do I have a 3-5 somewhere to compare? Marked. That's a 3-5. I mean, you could potentially give all your teammates 3 seconds to do whatever they want with your enemy. This is like a 3-5, right? No, because this is solo. This is a tank ability, I think, really. So, just give it to them. It's tank ability. None of their other abilities are going to be that much for... How much is this status effect worth? That's getting a question mark. We have tripped, which is a hard CC knockdown, usually applied after other status effects. Usually applied after shaken. But there's some abilities that you can just immediately apply tripped, I believe. Yeah, I think so. Usually applied after shaken. Volatile. Magical mitigation reduced by 15% for 6. That's more than 1-5. Yes, it is. What did I give Wounded? A 2-5? I could see that being a 2-5. Then I gave this 30% increased magical power. A 3-5. So 15% mit. Is it 2-5? Well, it isn't in 1-5. I think it's a 2-5. Yeah, now that I'm looking at these, and I think that went pretty good. We only had a couple question marks. 1, 2, 3. Incapacitated. Cannot move or act. That could be like a 3.
Which also includes EA Sports Madden NFL 25 and can't miss rewards.
Some people just know safe drivers save more with Allstate. Just like they know that's the mating call of a blue-footed booby.
Oh, affects brakes on damage taken, so it's not a 3.
Some people know that.
But it could be a
And they know
2.5.
if you're a safe driver, you can save up to 40% with Allstate. Ain't that something?
Not necessarily. I don't.
Allstate customers with a clean driving record versus those without. Savings vary by state and based on how you buy.
All these numbers need to be for solo situations. I need to put that in the title or something.
Treating hair loss simple with clinically proven ingredients like finasteride and minoxidil that can regrow hair in as little as 3 to 6 months. Hims offers oral or topical treatment options so you can find what works best for you. Get started with a free 100% online visit at hims.com/grow. Results vary based on studies of topical and oral minoxidil. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if
okay.
is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information.
So I'm skipping where'd it go? I'm skipping these. These are like the passive skills. I call them passive skills. What do they call them? Passive. Okay, passive skills. There's a let me make another sheet down here. Rename it to passive skills. I'm not doing this today. I don't need the passive skills at all, I think, for my purposes. Dang it. Of course I should. Of course it's important. I don't need them. Like things are, I don't see anything looking in the passive. I didn't look in the passive skills. That's part of my problem. I didn't read how important they are and stuff. I mean, it seems like if you get a great sword or whatever else you're upgrading that has passive skills, but if you get it, aren't you going to eventually have enough points for this entire thing? Are you eventually going to just, if you want a great sword, you're going to get everything in the great sword tree, right? That's just expected, right? Maybe you can't get everything. Maybe you get this row and this row, but like right here, you have to like choose one of these 3 rows. Like maybe that's how it works. Maybe that's all the total points you'll end up having. Or you could get this entire block of 3s, but that doesn't mean you'll have enough to finish this block of 3s. Yeah, I'm not sure how many like points we get to assign into our trees. Okay, just another reason I'm not going to worry about it. Later on, it would be interesting to implement. This is my combat abilities, crowd control. Control F. Does this ability appear multiple times on the page? Looks like it does. Yeah, it does. Where's it under now? Mobility. What's the next one? There it is again, and now it's under AoE skills. And now it's under templated skills. What's a templated skills? They allow blind firing, free aim, without a target while in action mode. If a player moves into the path of the attack, they can be struck. If they move, you can be struck. Like a tank can physically stand in front of these action moves. Is that what that means? Shoot. Can I just get the complete list of skills, just every skill in alphabetical order, since you're gonna repeat them? Utility skills. Maybe I should just do skills by archetype. Because all of these have their origin. Their origin is their archetype. Yeah. That would work, right? I would end up with all the skills in my list if I... Where we at? If I only started adding skills by archetype. Like first I could do the cleric skills. On origin, because everywhere on this page that says origin, everything under origin is, oh, okay, that's a bow, that's a caravan, that isn't an archetype. It's a speed boost, lowers the cooldown of bow skills. Let me see. Bow skills. There we go. So, where's my list? Okay, so I can wait until I get back to this weapons tab to start looking at the weapon skills, right? These are just active skills. Maybe I should call them something else. Get back. Passives. Oh, is this where I want to be? What is that page? I'm at the skills page. Yeah, this is where I want to be. We're here, active skills. That's passive skills. No, I wanted active. That's combat abilities. That is crowd control breaks. Where are you? Mobility, dodging, aggro, AoE, animation canceling, target skills, indirect fire skills, templated skills, and then archetype skills. Where does it say active skills? I missed it. Weapon skills, active skills. They're primary. Players can build their character with the active skills they want on their action bar. The maximum number of skills a player can have on their action will be around 15 to 20. Each archetype will have roughly 35 to 40 to choose from. There will be an option to include multiple action bars on the UI. Players are not given skills as they level up. They must choose which skills they take. There is no spellbook requiring memorization. Primary skills, class abilities. How much of what? Primary skills are based on a player's archetype. Oh, how many skills would I want? Maximum's 20 to 50. I guess 15. I'd rather have less skills that are more effective. But I don't want just enough skills to where you can play on a controller. I want a little more skills than that. Class skills are not affected by the type of weapon that's equipped. Class augments. I'm trying to look for a way to easily be able to transfer my skills onto my spreadsheet. All of these skills, but there's some overlap on the skill page of the wiki. So I don't want to have to forget about which skills I've already talked about and added to my spreadsheet.
Not a Milo's rewards member? Join for free today. Visit Lowe's.com/messy for more details.
Want thicker, fuller hair without going to the
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go to archetypes.
Clinically proven ingredients like finasteride and minoxidil that can regrow hair in as little as 3 to 6 months. Hims offers oral or topical treatment options.
Archetypes. Set it. Targeted skills. See, all of these are archetypes. The whole row is just different archetypes, but they call it origins. See, there's a short bow in there too. It's not always archetypes. That's just the basic attack. There's going to be weapon skills, and that'll be there. We just don't have much information about the weapon skills yet. And I'll put the weapon skills under the weapons tab of the spreadsheet. But maybe this shouldn't be called active skills then. I need to rename this to, I'll just say archetype skills. For now, I could change it later. It's at least better than it is. ARCHTYPE. A WoW player? No, I did try out WoW. I did I don't know, I played for 20 hours or something. I tried it out. It wasn't bad. It was a lot, I guess. I could look it up. How many skills on WoW hotbar? Do you hotbar all? Are there actually how many secondaries? How many? At least 80. How many action bar skills they want? They're talking about they want at least 80 skills. Where did I see that? It showed it on Google. I'm not seeing it right here, but it said that some person was talking about they want at least 80 skills. That's a lot more than 20. I'm surprised I don't just see an easy. You can have up to 5 action bars. And in World of Warcraft, how many skills on a action bar in WoW? I think I have to choose. So WoW Classic. Why is this information hard to find with how many WoW players there are? Yeah, that's a lot though, right? I hear that WoW actually did a really good job with their skills, because each skill, even though they had so many of them, they all looked like you knew what it was. Like, it would be hard to memorize all of them, but you could. They all looked distinct. They all looked special enough in their own way. That and on its own was probably really hard to pull off. So, skills by archetype. So we'll just start with cleric skills. That'll be fine. We'll start with the cleric skills. Cleric skills are for the restoration, enhancement, debilitation. Clerics keep their team in the fight by bolstering their combat abilities and cursing their enemies, far from simply supporting their allies through healing. A cleric is also capable of wielding destructive force in the face of danger. Oh, really? So they actually intend their clerics to be able to fight a little bit? That's... I mean, destructive force. That doesn't sound like a little bit. Yeah, if the cleric is fighting an undead, it's probably very powerful. I hope Ashes is going to be good. I think it will. I think they have actually a good team over there working on this game. I don't think they're like making up stories about their progress in creating the game or nothing. There will be a healthy combination of healing and offensive spells available to allow the cleric to level and progress as a solo player. Okay. It's left to the player to decide whether they will spec into more solo or support-oriented group-focused gameplay. Choice of a secondary archetype will enable further customization. Oh, okay. There's going to be a significant amount of offensive capability for the cleric. Really? Are you... Really? I didn't realize that. That's very surprising. Okay, so some of these skills then, when I'm looking at these skills, some of them should rank very high on my little special skill impact value. So some of these skills should be very offensive, very damaging, which should be very good if I'm looking to make like a DPS thing. I mean, just the wordage that they're using lets me know that some of these should, you know, I'm imagining them being wrong if I don't give them enough value. Is so the first one's, oh, hold on, I didn't finish reading that. We don't want to create that dynamic where a cleric as a support class is inoperable without a companion or a party to go with. We want the cleric, we want that cleric to still be able to survive on their own, to the ability to level and progress as a solo player. Cool. So barrier, so I go down here and I type barrier, and I want to grab, do I want to actually, yeah, if I open up the link to the skill, I should get more information. Just make it a habit to open up the skill link and then grab that URL, plug it in. Description, sure. But I gotta get rid of the links. You think it'll be cleric? I might do a cleric too. I'm not quite sure what I'll do for the archetype. I mean, for the secondary. Do you think that the secondary archetype will be available during Alpha 2? So I put in cleric. Yeah, and skill impact. Okay. Decision time. I have other. Yeah, don't forget about those. I wish I had more room on my screen. So skill impact value. So this is going to be like the skill specifically, the barrier skill, what is its impact value? Between 0 and 1, how effective and amazing is this skill in a solo scenario for solo play? Oh, you think by the end of A2 anyways that they'll include archetype? Wait, yeah, of course they would, right? Because that before the end of A2 is that A2 will end and then they'll go into actual release. Just, I know the game has been in development for a while, but to me it still seems like they're progressing quickly. All right, so skill impact, sacrifice 20% of your max health. Okay, wow, and apply that much temporary health to target ally for 10 seconds. Doesn't stack. 30-meter range. That's the same range as your staff light attack, and like the bow light attacks. That's that range. 10-second cooldown, takes 0.6 seconds to use. It doesn't apply any status effects in this ability. Temporary health to target ally for 10 seconds. It's 10-second cooldown, so every 10 seconds you can reapply 25% of your maximum health. But why would it? What kind of healers are there? So there's offensive healers, I guess, and then I guess there's, you know, your standard like actual healers that try and do healing. But apparently there's these offensive clerics. I shouldn't call them healers, they're clerics. Oh, let me see this. Betas are just for the bug fixing and racked up last minute things. Alphas, betas. Okay, so after alpha, then they have beta. Yeah. Oh yeah, they released that there is going to be like beta's a thing, isn't it? Okay.
What's up? I'm Miles.
Hey, and I'm Jara.
And a little thing.
Yeah, so barrier is the classic kind of shield spell you'd expect to see from a healer kit. So, but with the
Shield
added
spell,
twist that,
classic.
You have to sacrifice a bit of your own health as the healer to cast it. So it doesn't actually use mana, I don't think. It just, you sacrifice a portion of your health to directly give to another player.
It's spice-tastic.
Yum-licious.
Flavoristic.
The sandwich of the summer.
It doesn't use mana.
Order the maple pepper bacon sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited
So there's no offensive. Wait, for solo play? For solo play. That's why I'm doing this. I'm doing these skill impact opinions for value. I need to add it here somewhere. I'll just take away opinion. Solo. So for solo, a barrier that you can heal some, there's no point in having that for solo play. Goodness gracious. Why did it take me so long to realize? You can run alongside your mounts. You love that you can run. Why would you want to do that? Why not just get on your mount and ride the mount? Why would you want to run alongside your mount? You just hold the reins as you go running with the mount? Or is that a part of the animal husbandry that you can train your mount by walking them or something? I hope we can leave our mounts out. Is that like you can just have your mount by your side and you can walk your character around your mount? Is that what you mean? Alright, Superior's skill impact values is actually 0. And I'll just put the reason why is solo. Status effect, none. Status impact value. If the skill introduced, there is none, and I'll take away the. Should I just add? Yeah, I still don't know the exact calculation I should be doing for this. I'm just going with additive though right now. Let me change this little background there. I zoomed. Can I zoom out? Barrier, Cleric, Solo. So I'm done. That one's... Alright, let me remember how to do this. And then you close barrier, go to the next one. We got a blessed weapon. Okay, so we can have our mounts out beside of us. That's cool. Yeah, it's much different than just like whipping your mount out of your pocket. Oh, I gotta get the URL. That's the first thing I need to do is get the URL, and then base skill. Okay, so blessed weapon imbues your target's weapon with radiant light, and it grants them blessed weapon. Weapon attacks deal an additional 5% radiant damage and apply the blessed weapon mana regen. It's a targeted skill. It costs 10 mana. I don't think that's much. I haven't learned too much about the mana costs of skills, but 10 seems low. And I'm pretty sure we can expect a cleric to have a decent amount of mana. So that's nothing. That's easy. Every 30 seconds, it's got a 30-meter range, same as the staff light attack. It takes 1 second to use. It imbues your target's weapon. There was a skill. No, there was a status effect earlier that talks about affecting your target. But I think the way, even though it says it that way, I think that means you can self-buff this on your own weapon. But it might also mean that you can buff your ally's weapon. I just want to include that you could probably use this as a buff on your own self, which would be good for the solo impact value. I don't know. I don't remember that video. I do watch the dev streams. Was this a recent dev stream? I watch the dev streams and I try and stay up to date on if there's any like community streams going on with Steven, if Steven's gonna be present on any of the community streams. Granting them blessed weapon. So blessed weapon is okay. It imbues your grants them blessed weapon. Weapon attacks deal it. So if I click on blessed weapon, I expect. No, it's different. It's different. So this both increases your weapon attacks by 5% radiant damage. Undead mobs are weak against radiant damage. Okay, so radiant damage is holy damage. And blessed weapon gives you mana, 5 mana every 1.5 seconds. Cool, great. I think keeping your mana up for a healer, for a cleric, is actually pretty important. Keeping your mana reserves ready to allow you to continue spamming your spells and stuff. I'd say this is actually, even if this isn't like the best DPS skill, this is probably a very good sustain skill, or one of the few sustained skills if they have one. And This probably needs to be in a cleric's rotation, I'm guessing. Weapon attacks deal 5%. One. I wish it told me more about it. Oh. What's this say? Yeah, that's the same thing. Well, no, it gives you 5% more of that, and it gives you a little bit. It gives you like 5 mana every couple seconds per application. To, this is. So it takes 1/30th of your time to cast this. Is that, or is it at 120? Hold on, shoot. Is that 1/29th of your time? 30-second cool. You cast. It takes. You hit cast. 1 second passes. And then the 30-second cooldown begins, I believe. And so 31 seconds have now passed since when you can recast. So it takes 1/31th of your time to keep this up. So if this was worth a 0.5, man, I'm gonna have to start including like elements and like enemy types. There's so much I could add to this spreadsheet. The cleric one? Oh, with the skill about the ability, yeah. Oh, he did? I didn't even realize the rhino. That was probably at the very beginning. Barrier. No, bless weapon. I mean, run. Here, I can at least copy it. And I really didn't want to include this status effect impact, but this blessed weapon thing is an impact that should be accounted for. I shouldn't just ignore it, but I could just, can I just bundle up how effective this blessed weapon mana regen is? What is this called? An augment? Is this an augment? I don't know. It's just a blessed weapon. What does that mean? Is that an augment? Okay, so I really don't know what to do with that anyway, so I'm not going to include a specific section on the spreadsheet for this blessed weapon stuff right now. Here, what's 100 divided by 31? Is 3.2. This isn't worth anything more than a 0.5. No, sorry. 0.05. And it's the clerics. Make this a little bit smaller so I can make that section a little bit bigger. This section does not need to be. All right. Bless weapon. Bless weapon. Imbues your. I need to move on. I'm slow. Skills, bless. Next one, chains of restraint. All right, new video. Oh, we got 2 videos. The chains of restraint comboing with a whirlwind fighter and the ability by itself. Gonna watch it.
Yeah, this one's pretty similar to what it was before. It does damage over time, so it's a really it's pretty much the primary AoE damage tool of the cleric.
Okay, they called it the primary AoE damage tool of the cleric. Primary AoE damage. Okay, that's Hornet, right? Like, hold on a second. We're talking about 15 to 20 skills, but these are all the skills we have for the cleric. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. There's 21 there. Plus we have like weapon skills, and I think we have some other little skills that we can include. Okay, so, but really we're only gonna not use like, what, 5 of these? 10 max, which means half of these we're definitely going to have in our rotation. I mean, that's pretty accurate, roughly. Mend was your favorite cleric spell? Ooh, let's check out Mend. I won't do it in alphabetical order, to be honest. I look forward to learning about Mend. I'm going to read it though, at least. Instantly launch a healing projectile toward the target ally. Each change of this ability consumed after the first has no mana cost and restores an additional amount of mana to the caster. This active uses will gain bonus healing. Bonus healing. Launch a healing projectile. Well, I gotta see it. I can't quite imagine.
So talk to me a little bit about the intent here.
This is kind of the efficient maintenance heal.
This
that
is
you
Mend.
Fall back on if things aren't, hitting the fan too hard. So if you're, if your target's not gonna not in immediate danger of dying.
That's kind of like a
lighter weight heal that
little fairy thing. It's like, it's so gentle looking. That skill just looks so pleasing and gentle. The way arches.
Fall back on if things aren't, hitting the fan too hard.
It just floats on over there.
If your target's not gonna not in immediate danger of dying.
Yeah, that is satisfying. Yeah, that's.
CLT airport construction noise. And let it go.
Plus, you can spam it. I see him spamming it. The cooldown 3 seconds. What? No, he was casting it more. It has less than a 3-second cooldown. That's not right.
Terminal lobby expansion. So find your zen, plan ahead, and follow signage.
Is much more efficient on your main.
Yeah, no, he is spamming it. What am I missing? Oh, it's got 5 charges. It's got 5 little.
If things aren't, hitting the fan
I want
too
to go
hard.
down.
So if you're,
yeah, it's got 5 charges. That's right.
Not gonna not in immediate danger of dying. This is a.
Cool. All right, I'll review Mend alphabetically. I'm at the chains of restraint, and I need first the URL and copy this. Chains of restraint. Call forth the chains. Call forth the chains. That could be a metal song. That would be a good metal title. The cooldowns aren't final. Yeah, this stuff is all. Yeah. Which is kind of a little sad because I'm like putting in some effort to make the spreadsheet, but I know it's all gonna get changed anyways. Almost entirely. I'm sure there'll be little tweaks to everything probably. Still, they don't give like very specific details on these websites. So most of what I'm doing is, yeah, all of what I'm doing, because I'm not really in game, is just theory crafting right now. Okay, so this one alright, let's just watch it.
Yeah, this one's pretty similar to what it was before.
That costs 60 mana.
Time, so
it's a dot. Primary AoE. Oh yeah, this one. We watched. Okay. Primary AoE. Sounds good. Sounds what it's a primary AoE damage thing. The AoE damages are always, I should expect AoE damage to do less damage than single target damage. But they definitely told me that the cleric is going to be able to do some good offense in this game. And he said this is like the main AoE. Okay, where should that belong? Mana is 60. How much mana does Steven have in this? Is that so, like, 1500 mana, would that be a normal amount, or would that just be a GM amount for the demonstration purposes? Cooldown 15 seconds. Here's it comboing.
It's alright.
Chains of Restraint comboing.
Bigger pulls, more XP. Alright, I set them up for a stun. Nice.
Perfect.
Okay.
Now talk to
And
me
the
a little bit
chains
about
are
why
like
that's not just
floating and waving in the air.
I set it up with Whirlwind, and it applies the staggered effect.
It applies staggered effect.
Chains
Okay.
of Restraint will stun any targets under the staggered effect. So right now that's one particular synergy, but in the as the game continues to come together and you see more and more abilities, there will be all kinds of ways to set up that that outcome.
Hold on. So they did a synergy there. I'm only trying to do solo numbers right now. Synergies sound like they're going to be amazing in this game. Like, some of the ideas for synergy that I've seen, one of them was like they had this synergy idea where it takes 10 mage casters together to like unite and do like their little magical ritual, all 10 of them together. And I don't know, something happens after that. Something cool happens. But all the synergies I've seen in games in the past might take one extra player to assist you to do the synergy. You don't see group synergy needs like that. Okay, so it staggers. Let me double check. What is my stagger status? Here it is. When in a staggered state, the target's physical abilities are either muted or inaccessible. So this only works on melee stuff. Like, this isn't gonna matter to a magical enemy, which lowers its effectiveness in my mind. It's just Chains of Restraint. It's pretty big too. It's a pretty big AoE and it looks cool. And they said it's the main damage. So to put stuff in perspective though, there's probably, I would be surprised if I find one skill in this entire, on every archetype. If I look through every skill of every archetype, I'd be surprised if I found one skill that had a rating of 1 impact status value for my chart. So one would be very high, one would be like 100%, like impossibly high, like the best of the best, S++ and stuff. But but what does that mean I should make this value be for Chains of Restraint? Okay, solo, this is damage. This is damage, right? This is like the damage on like a class that's really damaging. So it's over a 5. Like a minimum, like my minimum number I have in my head is 0.5. Okay, and so from there, should I increase it to deals radiant damage. Yeah, I don't know exactly. Like, of course undead are going to take more damage from the radiant, but I don't know what kind of resistances other enemies have. You know, I can't. Eventually we'll probably find that most every player is meta in some kind of way or the other, and then we could play against the meta. And but for now, the radiant damage area, I didn't struggle this hard to put my first status value when I was doing the statuses. I didn't struggle this hard to get a skill impact value for that.
This is a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup sound experiment. We're looking to find the perfect way.
And I guess barrier was it. No, okay, whatever. Just oh, what's it worth? What's it worth? Should I just put a 0.5 and leave it and change it later? It might be worth more than a 0.5. But you know what? Yep. Okay. It's strong, right? It's strong. It's strong. It's a good AoE. AoEs are so good and stuff, and it provides a stagger and a stun, and it's a cleric ability. Well, how does... Okay, maybe I need to look into how does the cleric... Maybe I need to understand all of the cleric abilities first. Before I can do the skill impact, maybe I need to understand all of the cleric abilities to put in perspective. How does this stagger and stun relate to other status effects that are introduced through the cleric skills? Ooh.
And keep creativity flowing across your favorite Microsoft apps. Your big ideas realized. Your photos reimagined.
I think I'm just going to give it a 7 and move on. Yep. All right, next one.
Unleash your creativity with Designer. Click or tap the banner to learn more.
Next one, we did barrier, we did blessed weapon, chains of restraint, communal restoration. What is this? Restoration? What? I love this.
It's really your only party-based heal that doesn't have any proximity, unless like they're really far.
Party-based heal. That I don't need that for solo.
It does a direct heal, but it also has a hot component.
Well, maybe hold on. Maybe for cleric, if I'm thinking of the cleric as a solo, because I need to think of cleric as, when I think of these abilities, like I need to think, how do people use these abilities? What kind of build could they possibly be trying to get out of using these abilities? Or maybe it's an offensive cleric, maybe it's a defensive cleric or something. Maybe it's like a paladin cleric. Maybe it's, oh my gosh, maybe it's like any other archetype mixed with cleric. You know, maybe it's just, okay, no, I should definitely not forget that clerics are the healers. So I need to have like, should I be doing a single target heal test? Should I be rating these abilities on its... Dang it. All right, now I'm starting to get a little bit troubled by how am I going to build my spreadsheet thing. What's this? Just clerics. We have your let's say our single hot, and then you have your AoE hot. Gonna call that your group hot, your AoE hot. Yeah, well then you're gonna have your offensive and I'm not too worried about the tank role whenever I get to that archetype because I'm assuming that if you went just full tank, full damage resistance and maximum health and stuff, sure, you might not die, but you're gonna lose the fight. It'll just take longer. Like, that's probably enough to kill enemies, but maybe tanks are gonna have some damage in their kit somehow. Clerics aren't just healers anymore. Were they ever? Let me look at some WoW cleric. Clerics, also known as monks, are men and women of faith that... No, I don't need lore. They share the same functions of priests and religious institutions. They're present in many societies where they preach their faith in churches and act as protectors and healers. Dark clerics? What is that? What's a dark cleric? This is some interesting WoW lore. They create a cult. Just a fun little cult to hang out with other cultists. The cult preaches his balance. Nope, we're gonna ask ChatBT. Let's say. What's a cleric? Cleric generally refers to a religious leader or a member of the clergy in various religious traditions. In a Christian context, okay, clerics include priests, ministers, deacons, and stuff. In Dungeons & Dragons, that's what I mean. A cleric is a character class known for their magic and healing and combat prowess, often serving a specific deity or cause, religious cause. I'm just having a little bit of trouble understanding how I should make these numbers. Our clerics are magic, healing, prowess. Okay, clerics are magic. Clerics are magic. Cool. So I know not to really be trying to apply physical alternate builds to them. Clerics are magic. Yeah, they're healers. So I need to... So this impact value needs to take into consideration how effective they can use their skill in a solo situation, like on a DPS dummy, or on like a how much they can heal per second thing and keep it up and keep it going, or we could do how much they can heal and how much burst healing they could do. That could be one. I need to consider their heal, hot heal over times, hots, and like burst heals. And I think that's it. I'm not really trying to think about tank clerics. I'm not really trying to think about ranger clerics or something like just regular clerics. Oh. So
A party-based heal. It's really your only party-based heal that doesn't have any proximity.
Party-based
unless
heal.
Like they're really far, but it extends pretty far to all party members. It does a direct heal, but it also has a hot component. So it's like, or again, not super responsive, but it's very good value, especially in like an 8.
Here's an idea. Maybe what I should be doing is I'll have this category that'll just be the DPS. It'll be solo DPS, and then I can have another skill impact to the right of it that's like solo heals. No, because I don't really need that for healer. Like what, every other class is DPS. I can just think of them as a DPS, I guess. And if they happen to have like something that increases defensive stuff, great. Like I can still think of. Yeah, maybe I just need 2 scores for the cleric class. Cleric is just a special class. They're either the healers, but they could apparently include some offensive capabilities. I haven't read all the abilities for cleric yet. That's part of it. Once I read it, and then I can come back to this tomorrow and readjust the values, I won't have to worry too much about it because I know already today, even though I was worried yesterday about these status numbers, about these status effect impact ratings. Now that I'm looking at them today, I'm much more confident with these numbers. I marked a few of them. A few of them I was still like, should I leave that? But I was definitely more confused yesterday. Now I only marked like 4 of them as a maybe. That isn't correct. Everything else I feel like is correct. So I don't need to worry too much. I don't have to get it right the first time. I just put in my best effort now, and I'll look at it again tomorrow, and it'll make more sense then. Sure, but I still have to look at the different situations that you would want to use the archetype in, the different situations you might want to use the skills in. At least on a very simple level, even though I'm not going into all the details I could now, and I don't know, maybe I can't go in that much detail right now until alpha releases really, but just there should be some kind of like, here's a 0.7 for chains of restraint in like group content, but maybe I should have a dash, and here's like a 0.6 for it in like solo content. Or how would I?
Outside of each pasture-raised carton of eggs, You'll find the name of the farm.
Well, this should be the solo box right here.
The farm up on their website. You'll get a peek at all the
Yeah, I need
sunshine, fresh air, and open space the heads enjoy.
I need a break. I need a break. I'm gonna take a break. I just think about it and I'm gonna take a break and yeah, I'm not sure exactly quite what to put here.
Honey, the credit card bill came and we're maxed out.
Maxed out cards, rent is due. We need cash help.
Maybe I should just do a different archetype class. I do think Cleric is probably a very difficult archetype class to be starting this little project of mine on. Okay, but I'm going to take a break real quick.
57cash.com.
Oh, not that. Open up this.
Want to feel what Trojan Bearskin Raw is like? Want to feel all your senses activated, titillated, heightened more and more until they're completely overloaded? Well then, let's go. Trojan Bearskin Raw, America's thinnest latex condom.
If you can describe it, you can design it. With Microsoft Designer, you can create unique imagery, refine photos, and keep creativity flowing across your Microsoft apps. Unleash your creativity with Designer. Click or tap the banner to learn more.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Going to Carowinds this summer has hit a new high note. The all-new Carowinds Summer Music Fest, amplified by Coke Studio, free with general park admission. Live performances from Brett Young, Carly Pierce, Brantley Gilbert, Lauren Elena,
Hello.
Dickerson, and more. Enjoy rides, live music, and refreshing ice-cold Coca-Cola. Your perfect combo.
Right. So we're talking about the Cleric.
In July and August.
Yep.
Carowinds Summer Music Fest. More info at carowinds.com.
Yeah, all right. Let me not worry too much about the exact number right now. I'll just give it my best try. Maybe not my best try. I'll just give it like a good twice over kind of thing and try and move on from there. So it's got 65. What was the skill? Basic skill restores health equal to 150% of healing to all parties members in range and applies. It applies something. What is this? And applies. This is a skill. It's a skill that get effect. And applies communal restoration grants temporary health equal to 10% of your target's max health. It grants them 10% more health. That's amazing. Also heals for 30% of your magic power, your magical healing every second less. Wait. Wow. That's a big heal. And you can use that every so often. You can use that pretty often. All these pages use the file. It's an oracle. Oracle is the cleric primary compared with. Oh, they're already making pages for secondary archetypes? When did that start? Oh. How do these people figure out how to make these websites? It's amazing. Okay, so it is called, I'll just type out, no. Copy the URL, paste the URL. It's called communal restoration. Communal restoration. Wait, no, that's the effect. Here's the thing, and it does this. It applies the healing and it applies the communal restoration. Yeah, it applies the healing and it applies the communal restoration. So it really. So this is actually a kind of long description. And applies and apply communal restoration. Communal restoration is going to read increase HP by 10%. Also heals for healing magic every 5 seconds. That's what I do. That how I do. That sounds good. Restores healing. Increases health by 10%. Also heals for. That sounds good. Where do I put that? I don't. Okay, I'm just gonna give it the 1, 2. You don't have to have a perfect number right now. Increase health by 10%. Also heal for 30%. Healing. So it really does. It really does. 0.3 times 5 plus 1.5. 0.3 times 5. Is that 1.5? So it really does. Does that make this a 0.3? If it's effectively doing 300% health, 300% healing over 5 seconds, and it has this special effect, and it has this up by 10%. I can see that being a 4. All right, next one. Move on. Condemn. Condemn stuns target enemy for 3 seconds. A stun is a hard CC. It is at least a 0.3. Wait, it doesn't do anything else though. That's all it does. It just stuns. Yeah, so that's literally that is not going to get an increase in the skill. That is just going to only adopt or a stun. That's just gonna have the 0.3. That's the total value of that skill to me. I think it's a 0.3. Oop. So over in art, and where we're talking about it, archetype tills over here called condemn, and the URL. That's all it does. It just stuns the target. So versions Cleric, and this is actually 0. This is 0, but it inflicts the status effect. Yes. Stun value. It's a skill integer, and that's the 0.3. Condemn. So concentrating wave. Oh, this one looks cool, doesn't it? I think I remember liking this one.
What's this next one? We have consecrating wave.
This one's pretty sweet. So this one's a frontal cone heal. So you don't
It's a
need
frontal heal.
You just cast it and it'll shoot it forward based on which way you're looking. And it'll heal everyone it hits, all allies, and then it'll also damage enemies it hits too. So
it damages and heals.
Dual purpose as well.
Cool. Gotta love it. Gotta love that. But it is a damage thing. So does that send forth a cone that deals damage to enemies while healing? Yeah, I don't know how much it heals, but it looks cool. Oh, it costs a lot of mana, to be honest. That's the biggest mana thing I've seen for the cooldown 20 seconds. Templated skill. Allow blind firing. So that just fires in the direction your character faces. What's this called again? Sec rating wave. Skill value. It does damage and it heals. So it's a hybrid thing, right? I don't expect a hybrid thing to do much damage or much healing, but it's cool that it does both. Yeah, it doesn't tell me anything about how much value, like mathematically, it does. This is just how much do I think a skill like this should be worth, I guess. I would like to see this skill more. This just looks cool.
All right, what's this?
And
So we have consecrating.
I would just like to see the skill.
Allies, and then it'll also hits too,
Where
so
is
has
it?
a,
Do it. Do the skill.
Frontal cone heal. So you don't need a target for this one. You can just cast it and it'll shoot it forward based on where you're looking.
Boom.
And it'll
229 heal.
All allies, and then it'll.
Oh, that's a pretty good heal. Some of those other heal numbers we saw were smaller. I saw 81 before. That's a pretty big heal. I wonder if it means it's pretty decent damage too. I'll give it a 0.6. No status effects. Right.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt. Tell me why. Because it stinks, boys. Tell me why. I've washed it.
Next skill is called Defiant Light. This one, let's just watch it.
So it applies, first of all, it applies a huge heal over time to the target. But
Huge
if they die
shot.
while this heal over time is in effect, it'll prevent their death and heal them for a flat amount and dispel it.
It'll prevent their death. It'll prevent their... I'm doing solo. I'm doing solos. That means nothing to me. How do I quantify this as a healer? Shit.
Creativity flow across your favorite Microsoft apps. Your big ideas realized. Your photos reimagined. Do it all in seconds.
Well, only heals, right? It doesn't do any damage. So I should just be smart enough to pretend to think that it's something that it isn't.
They say every dog has its day, but when you're Lulu and your parents drive a Camry, every day is your day. The roomy rear seat is the
Defiant
perfect... Whoa, is that the dog park?
Light.
Besties, it's a Camry vibe. The all-new, all-hybrid Camry. Toyota.
Help you defy death.
Want to feel what Trojan bearskin raw is like? Want
No.
to feel the closeness? The
No,
kindness
don't give me this commercial.
and closer and closer. If so,
You
then
gross.
let's go. Trojan bearskin raw, America's thinnest latex condom.
Cleric. It's a cleric ability and it heals ally for 50% of their max health over 10 seconds. Because it's not an immediate 50%, I don't want to give it a 0.5. Right, but then it keeps them from dying. If they would die, they don't die. So that's pretty cool. I wonder how long it like lasts for. Heal. So it's timber. It lasts for 10 seconds, right? It has a lot of range. By a lot, I mean a little bit more than the basic auto attack for stabs, which I think is plenty at 30 meters. It's 35. It's good range. It keeps them from, but in a solo situation, Why would you care? Why would you care in a solo situation? That's the problem with my spreadsheet right now, is that Cleric is just such a complicated archetype. Okay, but as far is this 0.75? Not that good. I can keep the tank from not dying. Wait. So every 30 seconds, you can... Oh shit, the tank... I can give that a 7. Stuns. Condemns, restores health and stuff. Use your target weapon. Yeah, but so for solo, like, why would you want heals over time anyway for solo play? I'm gonna ask this about ChatGPT. Maybe I can get some info from a Copilot. So, what do I have to? Tell me what to do. Tell me what to do. I wonder what it'll sell me. Certainly. Wait, what? How do you know that? Why do you know? I bet it's like looking at my open applications on my Windows, and it's just talking about my open applications, which is Chrome and OBS. I want to know about key. If I want to rank the skills of a cleric for solo play, how should I separate, if at all, the ranking of skills on if I value the healing abilities of the cleric versus the magic damaging capabilities. I hope that gives me something useful to think about. Try and make some progress. Currently, when ranking a cleric's skills for solo play, you want to consider both healing capabilities and magic damage. Let's break it down. The healing capabilities Remember that balance is key, prioritizing healing skills to keep yourself alive, but don't neglect damage dealing abilities. Adapt your playstyle based on the situation and enjoy your solo adventures. That didn't help. Okay, but what they're saying is balance is key. That does help a little bit, because I'm thinking I need to be completely black and white here. To be honest, I'm trying to put this into black and white terms, and they're telling me that the gray is good. Gray is good. So let me just, if that's the case, let me try to it's like I should think about the rating of the skill in also in of the skill. You know, just think about the skill, don't think about the character at this point. Oh my gosh. Just think about the rating of the skill. The rating of the skill itself. I don't see why this would ever be worth 25%. Maybe it's not 1.5, maybe it's like 0.15. Eh? Alright, Defiant Light, you heal the target for 50%. I already talked about this and I gave it a rating. Alright, let's move on. Defiant Light. Next one's called Deliverance.
Gather your besties. It's binge watching time with TDS Fiber Internet and TV every night.
Whoops.
Premiere night.
Reload.
From belly-laughing sitcoms to
I'm gonna do the URL, and this one's called Deliverance, and it's a held ability, charges up healing energy that heals a targeted ally upon release, scaling in power the longer it is charged and the more percentage of health, the more percentage missing health of the target. I mean, it doesn't sound weak at all. And just
I really like this one. I'm sure there's something out there, but I've never actually played a healer that had a like a casted heal that you could release at variable points of time, and it just, to me, it seems like
that dude's 68.
Heal really well because of its reactive nature. So you can like release it.
That's at 300.
Like hold it in, you know, if your target's, you're
Okay,
almost
so
like
it's a big heal.
kind of Russian roulette with your target, like you're pushing it to the last.
Give me full one. That did 250. How did that first heal do like 600 something?
Really like this one.
What's that number?
There's something out there, but I've never actually.
Watch above his head. What number is this gonna be?
Like a casted heal that you could release at variable points.
684.
To me, it seems like it fits.
That's the biggest heal I've seen. Held ability. I mean, it looks like it takes a couple seconds. It's got good range. Single target, big heal, right? But it is kind of big. So let me go with the 6. I think it's more than a 5. It's not just like an average. This is like something good about it, right? Stun, that's fine. Okay, I keep going back worrying if I make good decisions about these skill values leading up to now. Here's the URL for the next skill. We're going to talk about Divine Flare. Divine Flare is a cleric skill. Just templated, 30 mana, 10-second cooldown. Place a targeted area heal on the ground that heals all targets after several seconds. So it doesn't give immediate healing. It takes a tick and then it just gives all the healing at once.
Yeah, this one is another kind of what I refer to as like action heals. Consecrating Wave and Divine Flare, they're heals that you have to aim in world. So this one, if you put it on the ground, it's like a delayed AoE. If you want to try that on Bucky or something. And after
Bucky, you look like you need some health.
I'm dying.
All right, here, let me help you.
Oh, see, you gotta get in it. Oh, fail.
457. The total healing is split between all targets. Is it split evenly, or do you like give a little bit extra because there's more targets in there? Because I'm not impressed with that. I think that's a 0.4. There's no status effects along with it, so we'll move on to the next one. The next skill, Divine Infusion. All right, let's watch it. Divine Infusion.
Now, I'm going to use Judgment, and then I'm going to pop my Divine Infusion. Okay.
That's bad. I don't think it would work.
One. Oh, look.
I don't understand. So it says Divine Infusion consumes divine power to instantly complete the remaining cast time of any healing spell. So what is divine power? Uses divine power. It's a cleric class resource. There's a resource just for the cleric class. Wow. Generated by casting healing and radiant damage spells. There are now 3 resource bars for the cleric, and that third one you might have seen going up and down as Steven's been healing. This resource regenerates based on how much healing and damage you've been doing over the last 10 seconds. So the more rad damage and the more you're healing, it's only effective healing, so you can't overheal for this. But the more you're doing it, the faster this resource will build up. And the way you spend this resource is on an ability called Divine Infusion. And what this is if you have enough resource to complete the cast of a spell, you can use this during the cast of the spell and it will auto-complete that spell. Overhealing does not contribute to the class resource. Overhealing does not contribute to the class resource. Divine power can be consumed to instantly complete the remaining cast time. Whether this applies to healing spells, offensive spells, will be play tested. Previously, men returned mana on hit proportional to the amount of divine power. A cleric's powers are not directly imbued by the gods. Instead, their powers are tied to the use of the essence. So it isn't a divine power, it's a magical power. So this skill, Divine Infusion, that's the only skill that allows you to use the divine. So you have to be channeling a spell and then you press this skill while you're channeling a different spell and then it'll work. Like you can't press this while you're not channeling a spell. And whenever you press it, the resource cost, well, it's like related to the proportional to the amount of cast time remaining. So on its own, it doesn't really do much, right? Like this reduces cast time. It increases your DPS, or your heals per second. You know, increases your cast time. On its own, this is nothing, but combined with other spells, this could be very effective. It's probably a required thing, right? Like if this is the only skill that allows you to access that resource, surely it's important. But I mean, even if it's like amazingly important and should 100% be on your bar, I still don't see it being worth very much. Yeah, I think this might be a 0.15, but like a really useful one. I gotta use the bathroom.
This season on Nada Yada Island. When we were new, they spoiled me. They even gave me a phone. But then, it's like I didn't exist.
Don't take yada yada from your wireless carrier. Now with Metro, get that new customer feeling again and again. Introducing Metro Flex. Free 5G phones when you join, same deals as new customers when you stay. Only at Metro by T-Mobile. Just bring your number and ID and sign up for an eligible plan. After 12 months, trade in and get our best deals on select devices.
Súbele al volumen with Buchanan's and celebrate being 100% Hispanic and 100% American. We are the spirit of the 200%. Click or tap the banner now to learn more. Sip responsibly. Buchanan's Blended Scotch Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Diageo, New York.
Hey, Spotifyers!
Click or tap the banner to listen to Coke Studios Day in the Studio. Artist recording in Coke Studio at Spotify LA. Brought to you by our friends at Coca-Cola. Grab taste that moves you. Copyright 2024, The Coca-Cola Company.
I should have actually grabbed a drink. Should I just go ahead and go grab it? Yeah, let me go ahead and go grab it. Ew. Ew. I'm not hungry anymore. Let's see. I'm at Divine Fusion. I gave it a number. Right. Burr. Okay. Flash cure. Flesh wound.
This is your last charge-based ability. This is an instant heal. The neat gimmick about this one is you can use it during other abilities. It's kind of like our version.
You can use it during other abilities.
Off global cooldown. We don't actually have a global cooldown in the game right now, but it serves as that kind of thing where, for example, one way I like to use this is if you're charging Deliverance, you could even push it a little further by hitting that flash cure as you're charging up Deliverance.
Did you do it? I didn't see them do it.
Last charge-based ability.
Is that it?
Instant heal. The neat gimmick about this one is you can use it during other abilities. It's kind of like
115.
What you would refer to as an OGCD or an off global cooldown. We don't actually have a global cooldown in the game right now, but it serves as that kind of thing where, for example, one way I like to use this is if you're charging Deliverance, you could even push it a little.
Says this is your last charge, Vic. Yeah, you just said that. Instant cast, targeted skill, cooldown, instantly heal, single target. This may be used during other abilities. It didn't heal for much. It only healed for 115. It's kind of a weak heal. But you can use it during ability activations. I could see this as being something you would want in your bar if you had to protect an individual target. But if you're just worried about, yeah, I think if, I don't know, do we have other like really fast, quick single target heals? It's just, this seems really weak. And it costs 30 mana too? That's a big cost for having only a 6-second cooldown. And it's an instant cast, so of course you'd use it. Like regularly. It's, okay, well first off I need to grab that URL and put it in here. It's called Flash Cure. Instantly heals. Yeah, it's a cleric thing, and it is a 0.2. All right, we're gonna leave it for now. That's 0.2. Let's look at Gambit. In a daring maneuver, transform life to or from target party member. Depending on who has the lower health percentage, this ability will not reduce either player below 20%. See, I would much rather use this, even though it's a daring maneuver. I would much rather use that. Just get it done and know you're going to be low on health than this barrier. See, but this can do 80% of your health, right? I need more information about that too. Oh, they do too. They don't have a...
Into combat. Okay.
How do I search the transcript? How do I do that? Search transcript. Is that not available for all videos? How to search on YouTube videos. Navigate to YouTube, open the video, locate the 3 horizontal dots, click the dots, click open transcript. Yeah, it isn't there. It isn't there. It won't. I feel like I should be able to do it in every video. Maybe I'm just missing something. Can you view transcripts on all YouTube videos? Are available for most videos, but they're hidden by default. To view a transcript, click the more, scroll down, find the transcript. Okay, well I have to do it with the closed captions, right? So let's turn the closed captions on. And then now we have our now we reload the page.
Into combat. Okay, healing touch. Talk to me a little bit
And
about this.
we turn the
That's a melee
transcriptions
heal,
on
basically.
again.
You have to be up next to your target.
And
but
the
it is an instant
transcriptions
cast, so it's a
working.
pretty fat heal. So
And we reload the page.
Into
And
combat.
the closed
Okay,
captions are
healing
gone.
touch. Talk to me a little bit about this.
Should I just load hundreds of comments and then search and hope someone mentioned it? Because I'll try that. I'm just gonna hopefully load a whole bunch of comments from this video and use the search command and see if someone linked the timestamp.
Hey Spotifyers, click or tap the banner to listen to Teen Beats. Brought to you by Descendants, The Rise of Red. July 12th on Disney+. On disneyplus.disney.com.
Turn quiet me time in the
Okay.
sun into
Now Control F and Gambit.
wholesome and larger
No one talked about Gambit. No one talked about it. No one's excited about this Gambit skill. Did they really show it off?
and don't forget that hearty, satisfying crunch. When it comes to summer cravings, size matters. Vasa sounds good. Get inspired at vasa.com.
Okay, so they go through every skill in this video, right? Maybe we should, too. I want to be upset with just watching this whole video again. Here we go. Mend. Mend. Soothing glow. What's that? Flash cure. Resplendent beam.
Carowinds Summer Music Fest. More info at carowinds.com.
On, they're hovering something. I don't.
the more targets it will bounce between. So you'll if you do it again and you hold it, you'll see that.
Divine
I
flare.
should probably set my cooldowns to 0 for this portion of the
Sure.
Yeah,
that'd be good. But yeah, it kind of has the you can use it just instant cast to get a quick heal off on someone, or you can decide to try.
This is one of my favorites. This is like basically a
Bless
utility,
weapon.
A mana utility that you can use on either yourself or an ally.
You can
So it's
use
kind
on
of
an
like a
ally?
decision
Oh,
point of,
cool.
do I want to?
We get into some.
But it's only
Okay.
weapon combos.
Smite.
Okay, got it. Cool. All right. I see. Also, we have here. Let's go to judgment. We have judgment. We saw verse.
Yeah, it's also giving
Okay.
some temporary hit
Judgment.
points. You can see, I think, in the UI, a little bit of temp aid.
Creating.
Consecrating wave, and then the communal
This one's a front
something. Divine
Something we
flare.
talked about doing, but I don't think it's done yet. was
Consecrating
making it,
wave.
split between all the targets hit. So if you hit a lot of
I'm looking
targets,
for Gambit.
it'll do less. And like if you hit half enemies, half allies, it'll split the
Name of the game.
I like
Divine
the,
flare.
excuse me.
That's a mana
You
potion.
just you sacrifice a portion of your health to directly give to another player per time.
Okay.
Mhm.
I like that. That's cool.
Yeah.
That looks pretty good. And it's a clear delineation,
Barrier.
obviously, in the style of the shield bubble, so that you can distinguish between, other bubbles.
Doesn't look like the shield bubble. That's good.
Yeah,
I
we
know.
just got the bubble physics in.
Bubble
yeah.
buddies.
Here, have some help. Okay.
Which isn't really the primary role of the cleric, but they get some. And it also applies stagger, so it kind of provides some offensive support. Stagger, for example, synergizes very well with some tank abilities, which what it effectively does is extends the duration
Chains
of a
of-
trip, which is a knockdown. So if you've like stacked up a bunch of stagger on an enemy and then trip them, they spend more time hard CC'd than if they hadn't been staggered at all.
Very cool. And obviously, as we said, guys, just so you're aware, when it comes to the development of the abilities, you know, there is a specific pipeline that includes effects now, but obviously that will change in the future. Okay, let's talk a little bit about Defiant Light.
Why?
Yeah, so this one's
This is the most watched
really
section.
good tool for saving someone who's in danger of dying. It's very powerful.
I'm in danger.
Yeah.
Which one?
Okay.
Okay.
So it applies, first of all, it applies a huge heal over time to the target. But if they die while this heal over time is in effect, it'll prevent their death and heal them for a flat amount and dispel itself. So it's kind of like a...
What?
Oh, wow. I don't think it works with nuke.
Oh no. When we get into combat. Okay, healing.
Healing touch on a
Gambit.
Yeah, this is
Gambit. We're halfway through the video.
You can follow it up
Wings
with
of
a,
Salvation.
healing touch on a Thurlow.
Yeah, this
Don't give up.
signature Phoenix ability.
Oh, the audio might be a little bit bugged, but that's okay. As we said, all things are work in
Oh,
progress.
what was that? What was that? Wings of Retribution.
Nice, there it is.
Try the 1-2
Got
with
that
the healing touch follow-up.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna focus on enemies here. In a
Smite,
second, but let's talk about
Condemn, Divine
This
Infusion.
one is a bigger topic.
Yeah, so we'll talk about the like this in a game before. It was a pretty
Visage
cool
of
idea that came up
Salvation,
across
Divine
the, design
Infusion.
team.
Yeah, very cool. Okay, so essentially, I am gonna build up some of. Okay.
Deliverance.
All right. Now.
Deliverance,
I'm
yes.
going to use Judgment, and then
And
I'm
then-
going to pop my Divine Infusion. Oh, whoops.
That's bad. I don't think it would work.
Shift
with
one.
men.
Oh, look at
Very
that.
nice.
And it consumes some amount of it.
Oh, you were able to
Okay,
do two?
very cool. Yeah, I was able to
Cool.
do two. I like that. Another oh shit button. Very cool.
Yeah, Cleric. This version of the Cleric.
Gonna be heal me, yeah. Tried to get sleep the other two actually too.
Okay, now they're gonna
let me
like battle some mobs
Here,
and stuff.
the-
Okay. I didn't see Gambit at all, so I'm gonna decide not to cover this. We're gonna skip Gambit. I don't think it's real. So Healing Touch. Healing Touch. Copy the URL. Healing Touch heals target ally in melee range for a large amount of health. It actually says it's a large amount of health. It says it's melee range. I feel like that's going to be a boon to the strength of the caster, of the strength of the healer.
That's a melee heal, basically. You have to be up next to your target, but it is an insta cast and it's a pretty fat heal. So it's kind of like Consecrating Wave. It's being costed more on its positioning, but rewards. Maybe if some of our more melee built clerics would really want to lean into this because they have that positioning advantage.
So it's good. It's good, but it's hard to use. It's just more dangerous to use. I'm gonna say 0.45. Maybe 0.55. Okay, next. Oh, I actually should have left that video open. The video is pretty relevant right now. Judgment. Judgment. Copy pasta. Cast a heal on a target ally for a large amount of health. If this is cast on an enemy, it deals radiant damage. Oh, and it applies burning. Oh, undo. Burning is a, I think we have burning as a 0.15. Let me double check. Burning is a 0.15. Cleric, skill impact value, right. Large amount of health. 0.15, targeted skill. It's a good chunk of mana. It's got decent range. Let's see. 2 stacks of burning. How the stacks of burning work again? Deals damage every second. I don't know how many total burn. It's click on burning. Does it have like a show my maximum amount of stacks that I can have anywhere on here? Burning deals fire damage every second. Applying burning for 75% fire damage. Burning. So 2 stacks of burning is maybe worth like it applies burning, and so there's the 0.15 from burning, that, but maybe because it applies 2 stacks I should give it a boost. This is called Judgment. It casts a heal for a large amount. If it's cast on an enemy, it does radiant damage and applies burning. It's channeling. Oh, it did 571.
So not as big as Deliverance when they're fully charged Deliverance at low health, but it's still pretty big, and even if they're high, it'll heal for the same amount.
Yeah, so that's good. That's a solid skill. It's 0.7. So Deliverance is even stronger than that. So Deliverance might be a 0.7.
By your favorite artist and your new favorite songs. With drops from New Jeans, Carol G, Peggy Goo, Usher, and Tyla. Moved by live performances at the biggest festivals of the year. Grab taste that moves you. Scan your Coke or Coke Zero Sugar 12-ounce can.
And this might be a 0.6.
No purchase necessary. 13 US states, DC, and Canada. 18 years or older for select prizes ends October 31st. Rules, eligibility, and prices availability. CokeURL.com/studio USA promo copyright 2024 The Coca-Cola Company.
Judgment. Next one is Mend. We finally got to Mend. Let's take a look at your spell. Skill. So Mend is targeted. It costs 20 mana. Cool. It's got a low mana cost. It's got a good range. Says Mint instantly launches a healing projectile towards each ally. Each charge of this ability consumed after the first has no mana cost and restores an increasing amount of mana to the caster based on the number of missing charges Consecutive uses will gain bonus healing.
Sounds good. Get inspired at Vasa.com.
Want to feel what Trojan bearskin raw is like? Want to feel all your senses activated? Titillated.
This could like replace auto attacking.
Overloaded? Well then, let's go. Trojan bearskin raw. America's thinnest.
No, that's probably too bold to make that statement. I definitely see it being very usable. You would want to weave this into the rotation. Instantly launch towards each ally. So do you have to why do in this video why does it not launch toward his other ally? It only goes towards Bucky. I mean, maybe his other allies healed, but
maintenance heal that you can fall back on.
Efficient maintenance.
Hitting the fan too hard. So if you're, if
92.
your target's not gonna not in immediate danger of dying. This is a lighter weight heal that is much more efficient on your mana.
It's efficient on your mana. I like it, but it isn't amazing. It's just like a nice little something extra. How many points is something extra worth? 0.3? Is that too good for it? It helps with your mana. It increases your bonus healing. It's instant. It's got a low cooldown, low mana cost. So even though the healing's low, how much bonus healing are we talking here? Is this a 3.5 maybe? 0.35? Bonus healing is nice. That sounds very pleasant. But I don't imagine bonus healing being more than like 15% really. Next one is Purify. Purify is a base skill, removes up to 3 dispellable debuffs from an ally. Is it not multiple allies? It's just one ally. Anyways, dispelling debuffs. That's not a little bit helpful. That's a game-changing kind of spell right there. Purify. But it's also situational, right? .4 or 5. No, I still intend this stuff to be for solo. Well, but this is not a spell a skill that's intended for solo use. I'm gonna ask Copilot what they think. Let's say, how many points 0 through 1 is how many points 0 through 5, how many points in 0.05 increments is 0 through 1. Points in 0 is a skill valued at if the description of the skill is remove up to 3 dispellable debuffs from an ally. I don't really think this is going to work, by the way. Since the skill removes up to 3 dispellable debuffs, it offers some utility. Let's assign a partial value based on its effectiveness. Removing 1 debuff is 0.2. Still consistently removes 3, it would be around 6 to 1. If it rarely removes debuffs, its value might be closer to 2 or 4. Okay, I'll just put it at a 5. That's not a bad idea. You're pretty good with that. Let's ask it what it would rate the next one to. Purify. We just did purify. Now we are on resplendent beam. I think this one seems cool. This is just like a Kamehameha thing.
Triangle. So let me try the quick cast again real quick.
Oh no, it isn't.
So
I thought it was.
Cast, and then I'll charge it up.
I was wrong.
Nice.
Ah.
That's all it does. Ta-da. Targeted. 50 mana, twin cooldown. It is held. Fire beam of healing energy toward ally. Charging the spell allows it to bounce up to 5 additional targets. The amount of healing is reduced for each sequential target. How much healing did that do to him?
Triangle. So let me try the quick cast again real quick. All right, so that's
229.
and then I'll charge it up.
Nice.
Ah.
Oh.
How'd you decide on that truck?
Because I like it.
Oh, that is a great reason. Go
to Carvana.com
to sell your car the convenient way.
So it does the same amount of damage. No, reduce on each. It didn't look like it was reduced for each subsequent target. It must be because that target had full health.
Your photos reimagined. Do it all in seconds with the power of AI at your fingertips. Unleash your creativity with Designer. Click or tap the banner to learn.
It's an AoE heal. What other AoE? It's not an AoE. It's just you know, it could heal multiple people, kind of like an AoE heal would.
Awesome iPhone 15 with tons of storage on them. Talk about an upgrade.
Switch to T-Mobile and we'll pay off your old phone up to $650 and upgrade you to iPhone 15 on us.
Pay off via virtual prepaid card in 15 days, up to $830 off new phone. Monthly bill credits for well qualified, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account. Credit stop and balance on required finance agreement too. Credits end if you pay off device early. See terms at T-Mobile.com.
How would you rate this? ILITY. The amount of healing is reduced. Yeah. Cons rating, considering the pros and cons. You'd rate it that much? Nah. That's too much. Veto that. That's too much. But what? That's the resplendent beam. I wonder what resplendent means. We're gonna look that up. SPLENDENT beam. Define resplendent. Okay, and it's spelled right. Attractive and impressive through being richly colorful or sumptuous. And sumptuous means expensive looking. So it just means it's a really colorful, pretty looking beam. It just looks so pretty. Its purpose kind of sounds like then is to look pretty. It doesn't sound like all right, whatever. Like if it was called life-giving beam, that sounds more powerful than just calling it a pretty beam. Anyways. Yeah, the beam seems cool. You can heal 200. No, it doesn't work like that. It's got to do less. The amount of healing is reduced for each subsequent. You know, when you do on one person, it's only a 20-second cooldown. There's better stuff. But because you can just heal it and have it ready and then everyone gets hurt and then you immediately let that go. But how much better is that than that the other AoE heals? It could hit 6 targets, right? Let's go to 6. Resurrect. Ooh. I might be partial to this one a bit. Mana 250. Resurrect an ally within 25% of their health and mana. Oh, but you can rank it up. Resurrect with even more health and mana. And you can rank it up again. You can rank up spells. Are they still doing that? No, never mind. For ease, here are the names so far and what they look like. Alright, well, let's watch it. That's pretty satisfying, except the person never moved. The person they were resurrecting didn't just like stand up. All right, well, it's resurrections. It's definitely God tier, right? Like, how could it not be? That's freaking cool. Takes a lot of mana. Can you like if an ally just wanted to just, you know, put their hand on you, if they wanted to walk over there and hold E and then you would resurrect, can you do that? Or you can't resurrect your allies during the middle of the fight? If you can't resurrect during the middle of the fight, then this is better. I think that's a 9. Pretty sure resurrection is amazing. Resurrect ally with 25 to 75% health and 25% mana. Something like that. It is expensive though, but smite. I feel like this is a 0.8. I've already been feeling like this is going to be a 0.8 because this is probably their main damage. But it's still, even though it's like super great, it's probably not good enough as the actual DPS classes. Maybe I'm wrong. Also, that's some of the largest range I've seen on a skill for him. 40 meters. Instacast, smite your target, dealing damage and applying burning. Has no cast time and kills increased damage if activated within melee range. This attack always crits on targets under the effect of condemn. Okay, what is condemn? I've already talked about condemn, haven't I? Up here. Condemn stuns. If you stun and then you smite, you do more damage. It crits when they're condemned. All right, let's see it. What's the smite look like?
So, in that case, let me start by casting Judgment on it, perhaps.
Okay.
While you prepare to sleep those 2 rain callers.
Okay.
Okay, ready? Casting Judgment.
Okay, that applied 2 burning procs.
Tank, you want to grab it? Good luck. Alright.
There was smite. There it was.
That's kind of cool.
176 damage. Uh, 7. It's not, I don't think it's a 0.8 anymore. I think it's a 0.7. I have faith that it's probably pretty good, but I don't know. Maybe it's even less than 0.7. It's smite though. It's smite. Smite's definitely traditionally a powerful thing. Spell. It's a staple spell. Surely it's good. And it applies burning, which is a 0.15. Damage was weak. I had to take it down. And the damage was only like 200. So where's this extremely offensive damage that I thought I'd find underneath? the Cleric.
Going to Carowinds this summer has hit a new high.
Here's a heal over time. There's something that does health stuff. So where's the damage at?
With General Park admission. Live performances from Brett Young, Carly Pierce, Brantley Gilbert, Lauren Elena, Russell Dickerson.
It's called Soothing
And refreshing ice cold Coca-Cola. Your perfect combo.
Low.
Thrill, chill, and refresh on select Fridays and Saturdays in July and August.
It is a pretty looking spell icon. Let's watch it.
This is a bread and butter regen spell.
Regen.
It's got, you have 3 charges of it. You can either stack them all on one target, and they don't stack in healing, but they will stack in duration. So if you just want like a really long duration heal on your tank, or regen on your tank, then you could do that. Or you can spread it out for more effective healing per second by having them all tick simultaneously on 3 different.
Click or tap the banner to learn more.
Calling all Beach Day baddies. Beach Day ice cream is
This is a bread and butter regen spell.
You've been begging.
So it gives your target health regeneration. Applies a healing over time. Reapplying this effect extends the duration.
And those addictive graham cracker sand swirls. Now you can grab a scoop, sundae, shake, or stock up with the quart.
So this isn't like amazing, but it's pretty good. Important. It's got some range. 8-second cooldown. It looked like it was doing pretty good. And 3-5. Wings of Salvation, last but not least.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
You fly to them and you heal them. Isn't there some other melee heal you could immediately follow that up with? So you could do like a melee healing. It's Ashes? No, not yet, not quite yet. It isn't out. But Alpha 2 is on its way. Wings of Salvation. Grab the URL. And so it's targeted, mana 30, range 28. Why not just 30? Why does it got to be just a little bit less? Oh well, I'm sure they know what they're doing. Sprout phoenix-like wings and leap to target ally. Then grant a small amount of temporary health to that target on arrival. Yeah, okay. Allies define it as any NPC. Non-player NPC. Oh, don't click that. And copy all this. It's a longer. Cleric spell. It is cool. It is a cool spell, but what's its value? You know, in a solo scenario. Oh, because I am still trying to do solo scenario, to be honest. Very, very little, you know, very, very. Yeah, it's just a gap closer. It's not anything really more special than that. It's a utility thing. But it'll also help you stay with your team. And that's a big deal. How much health did that heal? Let's watch it again.
Shift T. Got it.
457. That's a big heal. I think this is like a 0.6. Yep, I sure do. So there was only a couple things that had status effects. We do have the stun. We have this thing that's burning. We have that burning. We have that stun. I guess that's the only... Oh, wait. We also have Chains of Restraint. Stagger. So the stagger release... Oh, yeah, but the... So... how do I do this? So... It really only introduces another stagger. It doesn't introduce two staggers, or else I could just say it was introducing a stun. So I'm not going to take my stun impact rating. I'm going to take my stagger impact rating right here to my 2.5 and add that to the Chains of Restraint. So that means the Chains of Restraint is a 9.5 or 0.95. Chains of Restraint is, I guess, very good. I mean, it could apply a stun, but blessed weapon. Yep. That's what I think. Yep. Let's see that again.
Shift T. Got it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Clerics have control over life, and this may relate to utility abilities that relate to corruption. Are there utility abilities that relate to corruption? Family summon. It summons your family members to your location. They can't be summoned if they have materials in their inventory? What? That's so weird. Why would you not want to be able to summon someone if they have something in their pocket? That doesn't make sense. Jumping puzzles. Oh, jumping puzzles. That doesn't look extremely difficult or puzzle-like.
Hey, Spotifyers, click or tap the banner to listen to Teen Beats.
Death by drowning. What am I reading right now? Utility skills. Utility skills. So which of these have anything to do with the corruption?
If you can describe it, you can design it. With
This one reveals corrupted players.
unique imagery with words, refine and edit photos, and keep creating
I don't think that counts. No, I think there's just more abilities that they haven't released.
Do it all in seconds with the power of AI at your fingertips. Unleash your creativity
All right.
as a designer. Click or tap the banner to learn more.
So, Purple, what have you learned from being the newest M&M spokes candy?
Being on time. I got a whole system with alarms and wait, is that clock right? I gotta run.
Clerics have control over life, and this may relate to utility abilities that relate to corruption.
Switch to Spectrum Mobile, the nation's fastest growing mobile provider.
Maybe I do want to look at that.
You get unlimited talk, text, and data, plus nationwide 5G.
ISS asks the International Space Station, can the cleric skills do extra damage to corrupted monsters / players? Huh.
That was something that we alluded to. I can't remember. I think it was in a dev blog. I think. I can't remember. I remember writing this, but yeah, that's kind of one of the cleric's utility skills off the top. Is that they are. They have control over life, right? Which gives them control over the status of that life, which also keys into corruption. So you'll be seeing stuff like that.
Okay.
So yes,
Mizoki asks,
yes,
will
they
you go
can.
for bikini plate armor for females?
Oh, the news we need to know.
Personally, I'm more of the mind that it wouldn't really serve a purpose to have bikini plate armor just in like reality. Like, if you're gonna have armor, it should be protective. And I think from a fashion statement, it's enjoyable for some people, but it's a kind of immersive issue to have bikini.
It really depends on what your flavor is, right? And we're going for kind of a more realistic look.
Right.
Not necessarily realistic setting, but kind of we want our characters to have weight and kind of feel like, you know, they're there and that this could possibly maybe be an alternate world somewhere. So.
Right.
Yeah.
This is an alternate world somewhere?
Okay.
I hope I get so sucked into the lore that I feel like this is an alternate world somewhere. So I'll do fighter next. I think fighter would be easier. Yeah, I don't know. You know, maybe I'll do fighter tomorrow night. And we got mage to do. Hopefully we get bard soon. Oh, we don't have any rogue skills? Okay, stealth. We don't have rogue skills? Did they never do a rogue dev stream? So Ashes of Creation rogue dev stream. Rogue. Sure. I'll click that. Pre-alpha rogue. The rogue is more physical disable oriented, applying bleed, snares, precision, stealthy. Shadow Lord. Sacred Shadow. Occult. I could be occultist. Charlatan. Yeah, but so you don't have, will likely not be available at start of A2. Oh, so they haven't done Rogue. We're still missing Rogue. Rogues will excel at delving the deepest dungeons and finding the most hidden of treasures. Huh. Why did you need to tell me dual shields are silly? What else did you say, Steven? Open image. Open image. I can't read that. But now I can. Some arguments from the rogue subclass will confer stealth-like effects, though true stealth resides within the realm of the rogue archetype. Additionally, rangers have the camo ability and grant stealth at a distance, but at mid and short range they're revealed. Oh. So it was intentional when I saw that video where they were like doing the caravan, talking about the caravans, and that one team was perched up on the mountaintop and they were like all invisible, but they were on the mountaintop and they just all shot their arrows at the same time, like a stealth attack. I was kind of like thinking, wow, their camouflage doesn't really look super convincing. Are there plans for most archetypes to have their own resource? That is a current design approach. Rogue. All right, we'll check out the fighter skills. The fighter archetype includes maneuverability and closing the gap mechanics to enable the fighter to quickly traverse distances on the battlefield, as well as debuffs that can reduce healing received on a target. Yeah, that's the wound status effect. That's the wounded status effect. Debuffs healing by 50%. Let's see, what percentage of fighter skills are templated? And the templated means that the ability just goes off in the direction your character is looking. There's probably 4 or 5 right now that require a single target. And then I think the rest are either like on self or some other. Battle cry.
Okay, cool. So I love.
That was nice.
Okay, cool. So I love. Okay, cool. So I love. Okay, cool. So I love. Okay, cool. So I love.
Not bad. It's got a charge time, 30-second cooldown. Unleash a resounding war bellow, applying the riled effect to the caster and all nearby members. Oh, it applies riled and shaken gain combat momentum for each target that was riled. What is combat momentum? It's the archetype resource for the fighter. Okay, I don't know about that. Riled targets have increased stability and have increased chance of tripping the shaken enemies. So if you shake an enemy, they become vulnerable to becoming tripped. Tripped is a hard CC, but while they're shaking, while they're under the shaken status, let me look at that. Is there an actual anything bad about being shaken? I think it's just kind of a warning. It's just a pre-tripped warning. It's not really bad on its own. It's a debuff. Whenever they take damage, they have a small chance to become tripped. Yeah, so okay, so it's when they're shaken, they can be tripped, but until they're tripped, it's not really a problem.
Every night is premiere night. From belly-laughing sitcoms to edge-of-your-seat thrillers, TDS brings you closer to those who matter most, be it friends, family, or the occasional furry companion. Try TDS Fiber Internet TV worry-free with our 30-day money-back guarantee and no contract. Let the good times roll at tdstelecom.com/binge. Internet speeds are up to and not guaranteed. Subject to availability. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Show up and run the vibe with Bose SoundLink Max portable speaker. Big stereo sound and deep bass gives people the music they can feel. Whether you're at a chill hang or an all-out bash, when you drop your playlist, the party is on. Bose SoundLink Max speaker. Start the party at bose.com/Spotify speaker.
Shorts. That word may mean jean shorts to you, but to us, it's an idea that's long.
Here's the cleric stuff. No, I'm looking at the fighter now.
Kind that goes into every can of Dale's Pale Ale and Dale's Light Lager.
I need the URL.
So in honor of the first brave soul to haphazardly hack the legs off their favorite jeans, we give you the Denim Dale's 15 pack. Just look for the beer in the blue jean box. And
Should I highlight all of these? Should I like make them a certain color for the... No, it's not necessary. Not necessary. Battle cry. URL. The L of the R of the U. Ashes of Creation battle cry. And 30 mana. Second fighter skill. Applies the riled effect to the caster and the allies. This is actually really strong. This might be one of the strongest abilities for the fighter at all. Fighter. So status effect. So it does the riled and does the shaken, which leads to the trip, but it's not the tripped. It's not the tripped. So I'm not when I am saying if the skill introduces status effects, I don't need to introduce both status effects right here, do I? It's only a 5% chance. It's not that big of a... The riled is... Let me see. Okay, riled. Riled targets have increased stability and an increased chance of tripping shaken enemies. It's a 5% chance initially. Like on each time that you attack the enemy, you have a 5% chance to trip them. But if they attack you, while you are riled, if the enemy attacks you, your chance to trip increases to 10%. And I think that's worth 0.15. applies the riled effect to the caster and all nearby party members, and shaken to nearby enemies. So yes, I should include both shaken and riled here. So my status impact value is going to be the 1.5 plus the shaken, which is how much is shaken? That's staggered. Oh, that's all? Shaken's a debuff. Whenever they take damage, they have a small chance to become tripped. So that's only a 0.2. I'm only increasing it here by 0.2. That's what it is. Value impact. The skill doesn't do anything. It just prepares all these status procs. And you gain combat momentum for each target that was riled. 5 combat momentum per ally in your vicinity when you cast the spell. Okay, let me learn about combat momentum now, but yeah, let me just learn about combat momentum now. Do you want to tell me about it in a video? That'd be great. I didn't mean to click in to all that. Here we go. Combat momentum is archetype resources for fighter generated by combat activities and weapon combat. Generate 1 momentum when you hit a target. Weapon combo finishers generate 3 momentum plus additional 1 per 10. Combat momentum grants unique increasing stat bonuses based on the combat form you are currently in and how much momentum you have built. Combat momentum grants unique increasing stat bonuses. Okay, you can spend momentum, but it's a resource that's primarily meant to be built up and maintained because of the bonuses that these forms provide. You can spend it, but it's primarily meant to be hoarded. You mostly want your momentum you just want to have a lot of momentum at all times, but you can spend it on some of these abilities apparently. Reinvigorating expert is a skill upgrade. While in this form, I take it that a lot of these skills that use combat momentum are like, if I have to be in that form, then I can't be in another form at the same time. Combat momentum. So the 5 combat momentum that we get from each of my ally targets That's a pretty sizable amount of momentum. If one auto attack takes 0.6 seconds and only gives me one combat momentum, and then if these skills take like 20 combat momentum to use, 10, 20, very useful spell, but does no damage. I'm also trying to think about this in solo play scenarios. Oh, which means that this isn't a solo game anyways. Maybe I shouldn't be trying to think of it as from a solo perspective. Combat forms provide bonuses to fighters. So, how much is it worth? I'm not gonna, I don't have to get the exact worth right now. Just give it like a first guess, think about it again, maybe make a second confident guess, and you don't have to be perfect. Just name a number. Just name a number and move on. Name a good number. Unleash. So Battlecry unleashes a war bellow, applying the riled effect.
Unleash your creativity with Designer. Click or tap the banner to learn more.
For summer cravings, size matters. That's why Vasa crisp breads are made to be substantially larger than many regular crackers. They're wholesome and baked to perfection for a hearty, satisfying crunch.
That's probably not useful on bosses.
All of your favorite toppings on, from simple snacks to mini meals.
On like big PvE kind of bosses, that's probably not useful at all.
Vasa. Sounds good. Get inspired at Vasa.com.
Well, you could still get the combat momentum. It might be worth it just for the combat momentum, to be honest. It might be.
Enjoy the drive. Brought to you by the hit movie If, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
Advantages of combat momentum are like immunity to disabling effects. That's good. I don't know how long it lasts for. What about a 0.5? Just right in the middle. Well, then it's got that riled and shaken behind it. This is something you want to use in group settings. This isn't really a solo skill. Okay. There we go. Did it. Battle cry. The first fighter skill has been completed. Another. Another for your mother. Another for your brother.
Ooh, nice. Let's see here. Oh man, now that is cool. That was. Ooh, nice. Let's see here. Oh man, now that is cool.
It's a gap closer. Your bread and butter. 15 cooldown. Charge directly toward target enemy, dealing physical damage. Generates combat momentum. Killing an enemy with this resets cooldown of that. Oh, I forgot to do. Grab the URL and it's called Blitz. And now I will copy this part, paste this part. Oh, didn't work. Nope. Copy, paste. Copy, paste. Right there. It's a relocation thing. It's not really an amazing thing. If it can give you 20 combat momentum, that might be pretty cool. Nah, I can give it a 3. All right, moving on. Blood fusion. Instant cast, long cooldown, 100% damage dealt as health. Oh, cool. Okay. And 50% of damage dealt as mana. If activated while below health, gain increased damage mitigation and healing received. This is good. Instant cast. % damage dealt as health. Awesome. And 50% damage dealt as mana. While below 50. About a 0.65 on that. Next. Brutal Cleave. Oh yeah, I want to see this. Show me up.
Spectacular AoEs, but it's your primary AoE resource generator, so you're going to be using this a lot to build your momentum. And you also weave this a lot between your weapon combos because your weapon attack finishers will reset seconds off of this.
You can weave it between your weapon combos. Yeah, I thought that when you did a attack with your weapon and you began doing your basic attack combo, your weapon combo, your basic attack combo, I thought that if you did anything else besides just another basic attack, that you would then interrupt your combo process. But this ability, Brutal Cleave, allows you to do your weapon combo and use this ability without interrupting your weapon combo, because there's like some big benefits of doing a longer weapon combo in this game, but it seems to be that they're difficult to correctly weave your weapon combos with your skill usage. So it's like we're going to start out with 4 attacks, 4 weapon combo potential, like a basic auto attack. I mean, yeah, your basic attack combo is going to start out at 4 separate basic attacks. And then later, as you progress your character, it might go to 6, it might go to 5, kind of depending on your weapon, your character. But I mean, having to do 6 basic attacks at a time before you can go back to using your skill, it worries me that's going to bring people's DPS down or something. It's just like I want traditionally just what I'm used to is just you put a light attack in between your abilities, and I just don't know how that's going to work with this game. Brutal cleave. Grab the URL. You perform a wide sweeping attack, dealing damage to all enemies in front of you. This ability shares a cooldown with Overpower, and hitting an enemy with a weapon combo finisher reduces its cooldown by 8 seconds, plus 10 to 20 combat momentum based on the number of target hits. Oh, shoot. I have caps lock on. Is that right? Yeah. So, I mean, this sounds amazing. Oh, do we have damage numbers on this?
Spectacular AoEs, but it's your primary AoE
47 block.
So you're going to be using this a lot to build your momentum.
Do it again.
And you also
Hit 'em.
weave this a lot between your weapon combos because
62.
your weapon attack finishers
Doesn't
will,
much.
Reset seconds off of this.
There really isn't much. Cooldown, mana. 1 second to use. It takes 1 second to use and only does 62 damage. I mean, I know I don't know what gear he's using right now. Still, though. Okay, it shares a cooldown with Overpower. I'll look at this ability later, really, but let me just peek at it now. It deals damage, applies Shaken, shares cooldown with Brutal Cleave. So would you want both of them? You probably just want one of them at a time, right? You would choose one or the other. Hitting enemy with a weapon combo refreshes the ability, the cooldown. It does wound, applies Shaken, shares a cooldown with Brutal Cleave. So this ability here is like more utility, and the other ability I think is more damage.
To this attack, it's just a single target hit, but it is a shorter cooldown, so you can reset them more frequently, and it's also generating your resource. So it kind of, you're choosing which one to use based on what your
Okay, it's Brutal Cleave. Brutal Cleave. What is it going to be rated? Seems important. Doesn't seem amazing. Seems important. So let's say somewhere between 3 and 7.
Turn up the volume. This is Hits 2024. All your favorite songs and hot new releases featuring
Somewhere between 4 and 6.
Dua Lipa,
It does do wound, right? No, it doesn't just... Okay, the upgrade does wound. It on its own doesn't do wound. The skill doesn't just innately have wound. But it does innately do stuff with combo finishers. And it gives you all that momentum. It's a great amount of momentum, isn't it? I want to keep my momentum up.
For summer cravings, size matters. That's why Vasa spreads are made to be substantially larger than many regular crackers.
I think maybe a
They're wholesome and baked to
4.5.
satisfying crunch. Ready to take all of your favorite toppings on, from simple snacks to mini meals. Vasa crisp breads are perfect for every summer craving. Vasa. Sounds good. Get inspired at Vasa.com.
Let's check out the Cataclysm skill. Templated, 40 mana, 45-second cooldown. Frontal range is rooted. Does that just mean I can't use while I cannot move my character while I use the skill? Is that what it means by rooted?
Okay. Let us showcase that new Cataclysm.
Yeah, it means my character can't move their feet while using the skill. It looks cool. And for the fighter, that's like I think that's a great amount of range for like an attacking ability for the fighter. So, deal heavy damage. Okay. This hurts. Applies shaken. Doubles and hit right. Yeah, that's what it does. Shaken. So it applies shaken over here. Shaken. What is this thing called? Cataclysm. ELYSM URL. Deal heavy damage, apply shaken stuff. Deal heavy damage, apply shaken. And shaken does what shaken does. Shaken bacon. That needed a big D. Skill impact. It includes shaken. Let me just go ahead and find. So shaken is only 0.5. It's not that big of a deal. But then the impact is, I know it's heavy damage. And this is a damage class. It's 45-second cooldown. Ouch. Heavy damage. Does this apply any kind of crowd control? You can't move your feet while you use it. Lyra and Spectrum stronger than Maim. It's just a big ultimate AoE. It's pretty straightforward. It's just a big ultimate AoE. I like that.
Okay. Let us showcase that new Cataclysm. Oh, that feels much better.
You blocked it, but did like 3 times the amount of damage of what's that ability I was looking at earlier. Is it a 6/5? Is it a 7? Maybe this is like. Maybe this is a 6/5 and that's a 5, so it's a 7. Cataclysm, I'm putting as a 6/5 plus the 5. So over here, the right total impact thing is a 7. Crippling blow. It's targeted, 15 mana, 4 range, a second to use it. You have to be right beside of them. Right beside of them. And it takes a whole second to use it. It's a standard single target snare. Okay. Snare, so it stops, so it does physical damage and applies snare to the target enemy. Type of snare is a status effect. Oh, okay. I don't remember it. Here we go. Snared reduces their movement speed for 3 seconds. Snared is worth 0.2 on my chart. This is called Crippling Blow. Deal physical damage and apply snare for 6 seconds. How much physical damage? Crippling blow. Let's look at it.
Yeah, sure. So crippling blow. This one's pretty simple.
That's it.
This is a standard single target snare. So a pretty common.
Yeah, and he's still slowed now. The snare slows. What was the... Does it have a cooldown? Does it not have a cooldown?
Yeah, sure. So crippling blow. This one's pretty simple. This is a standard single target snare. So a pretty
43. I give it a 0.4. Oh, but that makes it a 6 for just a snare. No. 0.3. It's still just a snare. This really isn't that impressive, but this isn't that impressive. But then it implies a snare. Blow. Right. Next up is exert. Exert. E-X-E-R-T. Defined. Exert means to put forth or into use as power. Exert your power. Exercise as ability or influence. Put into vigorous action.
When you hear Ohio, you might picture cornfields, but we're more than that. From
30-second cooldown.
to quaint small towns.
Consume your combat momentum rapidly, gaining 20% increase attack and move speed and immunity to disabling effects while active. Must have at least 20 combat momentum to activate, and the effect ends when all combat momentum is depleted.
And that's why you belong here. Explore careers and life in Ohio at morethancornfields.com.
It breaks all hard crowd control on the caster.
With Microsoft Designer, you can create unique imagery, refine photos, and keep creativity flowing across
Well, that's
Microsoft apps. Unleash
incredible.
creativity with Designer. Click or tap the banner to learn more.
So, Purple, what have you learned from being the newest M&M spokes candy?
I'd say getting to the point. I have a
Let's watch it.
And now let's use Shift 2.
So it just
cool. I love
increases
that
attack
effect. That
speed
effect
and
is
movement
great.
speed and all. You just become super powerful. But you use up your resources. You're You're getting CC immunity. This is very strong. This is a strong skill. The other things that spend combat momentum like altogether make up the 3 effects of this one on its own. I haven't looked at all the spells skills, I mean, thoroughly enough to say that definitively, but I believe that's what we're learning. Okay, add it to the chart. It's called Exert. URL. Hey, use your combat momentum. That isn't a status effect though. %20 increased attack and movement speed. Is it 20% movement speed and 20% attack? I don't know. So that's like a 0.3 maybe for the 20 movement speed and the 20 attack speed. Or is it attack damage? How should I rate the difference? Let's do 3, but then I need to include the immunity disabling effects while active. The immunity disabling effects. I mean, that could be worth 3 on its own. How long is it active for? Is it like a 3-second thing? Is it like a 13-second thing, or? I could see it being a 0.4, perhaps. Should I go with 0.5? Oh my gosh. What's it worth? What is your value? Immunity to disabling effects while active. I can see maybe we could give it a 0.2 just because of the attack increase and the movement speed. That isn't a 0.2. That I don't know, maybe like a 0.1. So now we're at a 0.3, but then the immunity to disabling effects, and I think that's just unlimited disabling effects. But how long is it? See, if I can really use this to my heart's content, like if I can have 15 seconds of immunity, this would be great. But if this really only gives me like 5 seconds of immunity, it isn't that great. Or maybe it gives me 10 seconds of immunity though. And it's just, I have to take into consideration the negatives of using this skill, which is that you lose your combat momentum. You lose that specific resource meant just for the fighters, which can enable all kinds of various additional effects in combat for the fighters. So this is an oh shit button. This is a get out of jail card, you know. So this is better than a 5. I mean, that's great. Now that I put it in that kind of context. I could even, is this like a 7 then? We're gonna go with 6.5. Yeah. That's where I'm going to leave this for now. This is a skill called Form of Celery. No cooldown with active war. No cooldown with active war. I'll look at that in a second. But this skill, while in this form, the caster receives +2 movement speed per 10 combat momentum. 2 times 10 is 20. You get up to 20% movement speed. Oh, it says it right there. Shifting form costs 20% of combat momentum and triggers cooldown for all combat forms. Hold on, it triggers a cooldown? So once you change form, you just have to wait a little while before you're allowed to change again. Yeah, that's all. That's what that means. There's just a delay on, you can't really quickly change your forms. All right, but there's some kind of special no cooldown with active war. Oh, this is a skill upgrade. Well, that sounds useful. It doesn't trigger cooldown, or that sounds very useful. That just completely gets rid of all the negative parts of this skill. And then you're free to have 20% movement speed. Sometimes, if you're at your maximum combat momentum, it's kind of slow to build combat momentum. I mean, Steven said in a section earlier when talking about the fighter that Steven said really the goal of the fighter should be to maximize their combat momentum and to keep their combat momentum full. That's like the better way to use the fighter class. Steven was quoted on the wiki as saying something like that along those lines. So you don't really want to have to use these skills. I think you'll have one and you'll activate it and it'll just stay activated, but you don't really want to be cycling through your different forms. Yeah, but all this does is move speed, and it's really not that much. It really isn't. So I will give this a 0.15 because you're not actually going to have 20% all the time. Maybe I shouldn't even give that much. Maybe I'll just give it a 0.1. Should I do less than that? We'll do 0.1. That'll work. There's no status effects. The next skill to look at is the Form of Ferocity. Form of Ferocity. While in this form, your momentum will increase your attack speed the higher your momentum is. Your combat momentum will increase your attack speed. So for every point of momentum, you're ramping up your attack speed. No cooldown with active war. I know I just looked this up, but I already forget. What is this active war thing? Oh, it's a skill upgrade. Yeah, I'm not I'm not putting that stuff on the spreadsheet right now. Okay, up to 20% maximum attack speed. It's the same. It's the same stuff. Attack speed really is more useful than movement speed when you're talking about a DPS class.
So let's talk. Click now to take part in our short survey.
Especially if you're just parsing on a dummy, but
With Spotify Premium,
I think I'm just gonna give it a 1. I'm gonna give it the same score as movement speed.
sound good? Then all you need to do is hit the banner now for your chance to win.
Yeah. Sure.
You can design it. With Microsoft Designer, you can create unique imagery with words, refine and edit photos, and keep creativity flowing across your favorite Microsoft apps. Your big ideas realized, your photos reimagined. Do it all in seconds with the power of AI at your fingertips.
Next skill is form of fluidity. Something about resistance. That could be interesting.
So Purple, what have you learned from being the newest M&M spokes candy?
Form of fluidity.
I'll be answering a question, but then I'll start questioning my answers. And I'll say, shh, just answer. Don't question.
On this form, caster receives plus 4% disable resistance chance per 10 up to maximum of 40% disable resistance chance. Disable. What's considered a disable? Is that hard CCs only? Is burning disabled? You know, is what's this tell me? Stats are derived from primary attribute. I'm just at wiki/stats. No, I'm looking for disable resistance chance. Disable. There it is. Physical disable, accuracy, magical disable evasion, magical disable accuracy. So I'm looking for disable resistance chance. Disable resistance chance. So surely this decreases the chance that I will get tripped if I am shaken. This might decrease the chance I'm frozen. If I get chilled 5 times, I might not actually get frozen. I might still persist with that chilled status effect, but not convert it into the frozen status effect. Disable resistance chance. Is it just preventing me from the hard crowd control stuff? Or just any of the crowd control stuff? Resistance. Is it like a evasion stat? I'm not really sure what this does. But I think it's better than 0.1. Disable. I mean, it's only defensive. You can't. This is only a defensive useful thing. This doesn't help you be more offensive. And a fighter should be more about the offense. Like, for my purposes of making an ability rotation spreadsheet, fair is fair. It's another form of whatever. So I'm going to give it a 0.1. But I wonder if this one is... Should I just go ahead and give it a question mark too?
But it is a disable resistance form. This is form of fluidity, and while you're in it, you are much more difficult to be CC'd. So you're more resistant to stuns, to
Resistant
rips,
to CC.
trips, pretty much anything that falls into the CC category.
Okay, so hard and soft CCs. Next one is knock out, copy, paste, knockout. Knocks out target enemy, putting them to sleep 10 seconds. Any effect breaks it. So it just puts them to sleep. Knocks out enemy. I don't think it even does damage. Short range, puts them to sleep. Putting them to sleep. Putting them to sleep. And you grab status. Shh. We got sleep somewhere in here. Huh? Where is it? There, wait, here, yeah. This effect breaks on damage taken, 0.2. 0.2. Sleep. Yeah, it doesn't really do anything besides put them to sleep. It just does the thing it says so. Next skill. Leap, strike, URL to the leap of strikes. Let's watch the video. Oh.
Oh my god.
Yes. This is glorious. It doesn't require a target. And deal damage around you snaring targets hit. It snares. Snare status for snare. Snare reduces movement speed 3 seconds. Oh, wait. Snare is a 0.2. 0.2. Fighter. Leap strike. Yeah, it says it does damage. Mobility, damage, whatever. I think it's gonna be pretty cool. But it's kind of more of a mobility utility sort of thing than a damage thing. So it's a 0.4. Yeah, but all it does is just that and then deals damage. So snare is its own thing. So all I'm saying is it just moves you to a target location and it deals some damage. Here, how much damage did it do?
Oh my
59.
god.
And I think he was blocking. 59. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll leave it at 4. I think we're good. Lethal blow. Leaf. Oh. Blow. This is execute. It takes some time. You can't use it on repeat. Perform descending strike, dealing physical damage based on the amount of missing health up to 300%. see it.
This is another one of my favorites. This is the execute of the kit. It's single target as well, but the lower health they are, the harder it's going to hit. So this is really like you're trying to do as much damage with your other abilities as possible, and then when you get them like within that kill threshold, you're just gonna hit them with this, hope for a crit maybe, and you know, finish them off. Use it. There you go.
Customers only. Restrictions apply.
Hey babe, your Instacart order's here.
He just, that was, I mean, even though the tank wasn't blocking, that was a tank. And that was half of the tank's health, it looked like. That looks like half this tank's health. How do those block segments of the health exactly work? Does it still show 50% health until he gets down to 25% health? Or does it just average it out so that in the middle of 25 and 50, what is that? They're 25 and they're 12.5. 37.5. They at 37.5, it'll 37.54 point, so 37.4, it'll lower. No, I think you have to wait until it gets to 25% and then it lowers. So his health right there could have been as low as 26% when he used the ability. Skill impact. That's definitely valuable. I bet it doesn't do much if they have full health. Is that a 7? Ah. Up to 300% base damage. That still doesn't sound superb. And it's so situational. I'm not super impressed with that. I don't know. I think it's not strong enough to get a 7. Well, I can change it later if I still dislike it later. So let's see. Lunging assault. Cooldown 5 seconds, spend 15 minutes. Oh, you have to spend combat momentum to lunge. Perform a swing, dealing damage to enemies in front. You're immune to hard crowd control. Immune to hard crowd control is good. I don't love that it uses that. Swing, it's another gap closer. Do we need 3 or 4 gap closers in this kit?
Nope, freely. It's a reposition.
Oh, that's it. It does a little uppercut, and so it doesn't throw you forward very far. Yeah, you only moved like 5 feet. It's just a very short dash. Perform upward swing. Is that supposed to be disorienting? I reckon that later on we can add some kind of skill upgrade to this to make that upward swing be disorienting. But right now, it isn't. And how much damage did that do? There was 48 damage. It does about the same damage as a light attack, as just a regular basic attack does. That isn't good. And you're immune to crowd control effects while performing the ability. The ability doesn't last like 0.2 seconds. It's not that incredible. It's not really. And you have to spend your resources on it. And it does, the same or less than even one of your just weapon combo attacks. It's not that good. That one needs to be buffed. It's not a 3 either. It's maybe a 2. I don't like it. All right. Maim. No, here. Right here. Templated, 25 mana, 12-second cooldown, frontal 1 second. Oh, that's a little bit of time. Let's watch it.
To be more,
is that it right there? That you read?
This.
That's it.
But
98.
It also has the added effect of.
Oh, cool. Perform powerful in a cone, hit all targets, plus 100% additional to recently tripped. That's good. I dig it. It doesn't look like a cone. It looks just like a skinny, just straight forward attack. It doesn't look like a cone. The cone should be like going out, but this one just goes straight forward. Beep bop. It's 6. After main, we have something called Overpower. One of the other abilities mentioned this one. Deal direct damage. This ability shares the cooldown with Brutal Cleave. And applies Shaken. Alright. What's it called? Overpower. Enterprise. Where's Brutal Cleave? There it is. Brutal Cleave. I put as a 4 or 5. Deals all damage. Yes, but this does targeted damage. And it applies Shaken.
this attack. It's more
84?
It's just a single target hit, but it is a shorter cooldown,
53?
so you can reset them more frequently, and it's also generating your resource. So it
It
kinda
generates
choosing which one to
resources.
use based on what your
Yeah, I don't feel like it's as strong as the other, but then it also includes Shaken, which Shaken's like a 0.05, so now it's the same. Ta-da! Ruptured. Oh, whatever. What's this one called? This one's Rupture. Let's check it out. It's Rupture.
So this will have kind of some
They did
inter-synergy
it.
going on with itself.
They're bleeding.
But also,
Oh, a bleed proc hits for 113. His basic attack hit for like 45. See that again.
so this will have kind of
Rupture
some
hits for
inter-synergy
19.
going on with itself.
Applies debuff while debuff's acted. Target acquires wound stacks. After 5 seconds, the target takes heavy damage. But this is a 5-second clip.
But also,
Okay, so the exact timing is incorrect. This is damage, applies a debuff. While the debuff is active, the target acquires wound stacks per second they're moving. So it does apply wound. Five wound per second. Wounds are stacking debuffs that decrease healing received and increase damage taken. It's 0.25. While the debuff is active, the target acquires wound stacks per second that they're moving. What is the debuff? Is the wound the debuff? Wound is a debuff, yeah. And at 100 wound stacks, it's 15% damage mitigation. So at 5 wound stacks, it's 0.75% damage mitigation per second for 5 seconds. 0.75 times 5 still isn't even 5%.
General Park admission. Live performances from Sugar Ray, Better Than Ezra, Skillet, Tonic, Toby Mac, and more. Enjoy rides, live music, and refreshing ice-cold Coca-Cola. Your perfect combo. Thrill, chill, and refresh on select Fridays and Saturdays in July and August. Carowin Summer Music Fest.
This is not very good, but I think I like the direction it's going, kind of. So really, it just puts on the debuff, and then it does some heavy damage too. Yeah, but it's not that heavy.
And don't forget that hearty, satisfying crunch. When it comes to summer cravings, size matters. Vasa sounds good.
So I'm not worried about the debuff. I got that put in there. I just need
If you can describe it,
to declare what the value impact is for the initial damage and for the damage after 5 seconds. .35. .3 even. Or another chunk. Anyways, on to the next one. Wallop. This might be one of those skills that just doesn't actually exist anymore. We're gonna go on to the next one. I know Whirlwind exists. Channeling ability, deal physical damage to all enemies around the caster with each spin while channeled. Caster's immune to hard, disabling effects while spinning. Really? Activate it again to end channeling. This is cool. Oh, it doesn't last but for 3 seconds. This is like a 6. I think. Let me see the damage. No, it isn't a 6. It's weak.
Additional points into this particular skill.
It's weak. It is weak. It doesn't do much damage. It allows the fighter to be CC immune and to lay on some pressure. It doesn't do damage. It's probably pretty good for resource generation though. But it isn't a 6. Is it even a 5? Is it a 4 or 5? Maybe it's a 4 or 5. Cool. So that was the last skill under the fighter archetype. I can't wait to see what skills we will have available to us in Alpha 2. But this is all we know about right now. I think I'll do the mage skills tomorrow night. If anyone wants to leave me with some information, if they like the stream, or if they have any recommendations for the stream, please let me know. Yeah. Let's hang out on Twitch together, or to catch y'all around.